Great. Good morning. Happy Valentine's Day, everyone. I am Ward 4 Councilmember Janeese Lewis George, Chair of the Committee on Facilities. It is 9:30 a.m. on Friday, February 14th, 2025, and we are holding this performance oversight hearing via a hybrid format with public witnesses testifying via Zoom and in person here in room 500 of the John A. Wilson Building. This hearing is also being broadcast live on my website at janeeseward4.com/live. Here's some brief reminders about the committee protocols for witnesses participating virtually today. All witnesses participating in this Zoom webinar are currently listed as attendees. When it's your turn to join a panel for testimony, I will call your name and a member of my staff will promote you to be a panelist. If you wish to activate your video while you testify, which is the preferred method, you need to click the button in the toolbar at the bottom of the screen that looks like a video camera. Public witnesses from bona fide organizations will be given 5 minutes to testify. Subsequent witness from the same organization will be given 3 minutes. All other public witnesses will be given 3 minutes as well. When your time is up, I ask that you please conclude your remarks so that we stay on schedule. We have about 70 plus witnesses today, so we want to move as efficiently and quickly as possible through the witness list. As you all know, I have a newborn at home, and so I want to get back to my 4-month-old to be able to feed him by 6 p.m. this evening. He has enough milk until 6 p.m., so I will keep us efficient today. If you have a technical issue during the hearing, please notify my staff either via the Q&A function in Zoom or by sending an email to facilities@dccouncil.gov. All testimony and pre-hearing documents that have been submitted are available now on the council hearing management system. I encourage folks to go look through the pre-hearing questions and answers. A lot of information is in there and it'll help guide your testimony even further, hopefully today. Witnesses are reminded, please submit a written copy of their testimony for the record, either by uploading your testimony to the council's hearing management system or emailing facilities@dccouncil.gov. The record for this hearing closes at 5 p.m. on Tuesday, February 18th. Now let's get started. The annual performance oversight process is an opportunity for the executive, the council, and the public to reflect on agencies' achievements over the past fiscal year, evaluate their impact, and identify areas for growth. Today, we are here to do that with the members of the public for the Department of Parks and Recreation. Given this is Department of Park and Recreation is new to facilities. I'm really excited to hear from witnesses today. I want you to speak to your experiences with DPR. I want you to speak to the things you want us to explore. In the fall of this year, after we get through oversight and budget, we will be hosting roundtables and further oversight hearings. So if there are specific subjects you want us to tackle or take on, please let us know that either in your written testimony or today when you testify. I'm excited to dig in here. As having DGS previously, I worked alongside DPR very closely. The nexus with DGS and DPR, I think, could not be more needed to have some oversight so we can get some clarity amongst roles and make sure those things are happening. So me and my staff are here taking notes all day, and don't think that if I don't ask you questions after your testimony that we didn't hear you or you haven't been heard. We're taking notes because we are planning not only just for us asking questions to the director for oversight hearing, but us planning what our oversight roundtables and hearings will look like for the remaining of these next 2 years while I have oversight over DPR. With that, DPR is actually here in the room. They're also watching online. So we are in this together as a way to make sure we are doing what's necessary and hearing closely from you. I will turn to my council member colleagues if there are any here. Great, none here yet. When they are here, I will recognize them for opening remarks as well. With that, we will begin with our public witness testimony, and I'm going to invite our first panel of public witnesses. First up, we have Scott Parker, Erica Peace, Ruth Ellis, Lana Duran, Rhonda Covington, Anna Cambera, and Alfonso Coles. And if I mispronounce your name, please don't feel bad. Just correct me on the record. Please charge it to my non-pronunciation skills and not my heart. All right, we will start with Scott Parker. Scott, you may begin your testimony. Thank you. And red means go in this instance.
Okay. Good morning. Thanks for the opportunity to come and give you a bit of background on our primarily beneficial relationship with DPR over the last several years. In the last year, it's become more disappointing and frankly frustrating as well. My name, as you know, is Scott Parker. I'm the managing director of Washington, D.C. Pickleball, which is a not-for-profit 501c3 organization of over 600 DC resident players. We ensure that the play is for amateurs, to develop player skills in DC, and to ensure that the play is adequately resourced, meaning we provide funds for equipment and so on. We raise over $20,000 per year in membership fees, and we also raise funds via collaboration with DPR to run two very successful tournaments each year, one in the fall and one in the spring, that both at the Southeast Training and Learning Center. The DC Classic last May drew 150 DC players. The DC Challenge in the fall drew 250 players. The combination of these contributes another $10,000 to our resources to support the growth and the equipment that we've needed in DC. In other words, a total of $30,000. Pickleball has been and is still the fastest growing adult sport in the nation, growing nationally at a rate of 30%, according to Sports and Fitness Industry Association, as reported last year in the Wall Street Journal. In DC, however, pickleball grew over 60% a year in the years beginning 2021, and then in 2022 and in 2023. The sport really took off. When DPR allowed all sports to begin playing outdoors again in June of 2020, pickleball, which had been played indoors, became much more visible to many more prospective players, and that's when that growth rate really began to take off. In 2024, year just ended, over 300 new players joined Washington, D.C. pickleball. That's about 40% of the total player population. So citywide, there were about 500 new players last 12 months. And as one new player said, pickleball has given me a new life outlet. It's a great game. In total, we're over 1,700 players in DC and still growing. I estimate 2,000 players by the end of the year. DPR's records say that we play at 22 sites around the city, but only 10 of those are dedicated courts. And those courts are only at 3 of the 22 sites. Everything else is shared both in days and hours with tennis and sometimes with basketball, each of which has considerably more resources devoted to it than does pickleball. At one site, for example, open play for pickleball is limited to 2.5 hours on weekday, 3 weekdays, and then on Saturday as well. And as you will hear from the others, we need more capacity in DC, and our capacity needs should be treated, we think, more equitably. In the last 5 years, player population growth in DC has grown tenfold. Player mix has moved dramatically to younger players and to a more diverse set of players by age, race, ethnicity, geography within the district, and sexual orientation. We need the $750,000 that was appropriated as of October 1, 2023, to be actively used to help meet the increasing demand. And you'll hear some more facts from others. I'm happy to answer questions if necessary.
Thank you. I'll have some follow-up for you when we get to questions. Next, we have Erica Peace.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Erica Peace, and I'm here as a representative of the Washington, D.C. Pickleball Club to address the ongoing need for a clear, comprehensive, and equitable plan for pickleball in our city. Despite multiple steps in the right direction, the Department of Parks and Recreation has yet to deliver a cohesive strategy to support this rapidly growing sport and community. In the spring of 2023, Mayor Bowser announced a $750,000 investment in pickleball. Later that year, in November of 2023, DPR held a pickleball summit to discuss their plans and gather input from the community. At that meeting, the DPR director, Thene Freeman, proposed forming an advisory board with representatives from the pickleball and tennis communities to develop a plan that serves both groups. However, after several meetings and a quantitative study conducted by the U.S. Tennis Association, those discussions have stopped. While many ideas were contemplated, no plan was ever presented to the advisory board for review or input. While DPR has acknowledged the growing demand for pickleball, it has not provided a roadmap to meet the demands equitably. Today, access to courts remains inconsistent. Working professionals and families who rely on evening and weekend play continue to struggle to find available facilities. The Washington, D.C. Pickleball Club is committed to being a collaborative partner. We don't just want more tape put down in gyms. We want a plan. A plan that ensures resources are allocated fairly, that facilities are accessible to all, and that simple, cost-effective solutions like repainting existing courts, doing proper maintenance, and improving programming are implemented without unnecessary delays. It's just been too long. Other members of our organization will share more details about the state of facilities across the city. But I urge you to take a close look and listen carefully to where investments have been made, and then take notice geographically to where they have not been made. The solutions to many of these challenges do not require major construction, large sums of money. We just need a commitment, a clear path forward, and a plan. We are ready to work with the city, with you, to make this happen. Let's move forward beyond conversations and start coming up with some real-world solutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Ruth Ellis.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. It's a pleasure to meet you,
Pleasure.
and thank you for your oversight. I'm a pickleball ambassador, and I work to develop pickleball in Southeast and Southwest DC and east of the river. I volunteer, we're all volunteers, to work with DPR for the past 2 years since I've been an ambassador. Our sport, as has been mentioned, is growing rapidly in all communities, especially younger working adults. My goal as ambassador is to support this growth and to expand the sport to youth and underserved communities. Unfortunately, DPR has been very slow to recognize the value of pickleball and has thus far provided very few resources, especially in the part of the city where I'm working. This is an equity issue. Historically underserved communities in DC are continuing to be underserved, despite our many pleas for help. For example, there are only 2 recreation centers with active pickleball east of the river, only 2, and one of them only has pickleball 2 hours a week. The second largest playing site in the city, which is Jefferson in Southwest, is about to undergo a renovation that will actually reduce the number of courts that are available to us during peak play hours. And DPR is not planning to build those courts according to specifications. This is unsafe. We have made repeated attempts to engage with DPR, but it doesn't feel like they are listening. We need DPR to raise their game when it comes to pickleball. We love pickleball because of how it enriches lives and builds communities. As examples of our commitment, for the past year, volunteers from DC Pickleball have been teaching pickleball once a week at the DC jail with enthusiastic participation. In 2024, we held a free coaching session for sibling pairs from Big Brothers Big Sisters, and we've hosted several free pickleball clinics at Anacostia Park including youth programming from Friends of Anacostia Park, which is one of our collaborators. We've used the National Park Service tennis courts in Anacostia Park for these events because we don't have access to DPR facilities for anything. I mean, they do help us with our tournaments, but if we want to host a youth event or do coaching, it's extremely difficult. There just aren't enough courts. Pickleball is a great intergenerational sport, but DPR has no programming for youth. There is actually no scheduled youth play if you look at the DPR scheduling for pickleball, none. We have repeatedly offered to help organize and coach youth events for spring break, for summer programs, with no response from DPR. I would much rather coach young players before they get to the DC jail. We ask that the committee exercise your oversight by asking DPR what their plan is to spend the funds which have already been allocated for pickleball, and by asking them what their plans are to create adequate, safe playing spaces for all communities. Pickleball is a great opportunity to grow our city, and DPR needs to do its part. We would like, last of all, to invite you all, everybody in this room and everybody listening, to please come out and play with us. Pickleball is amazingly fun, and you'll see why we are so passionate about it if you come out and join us. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Next, we have Lana. Oh.
Hello, good morning. My name is Lana Duran, and I live in Ward 6. I'm here today to discuss the planned renovation of the Jefferson Field pickleball courts. DPR hosted a community meeting on November 14th of 2024 to announce the renovation plans for Jefferson Field. More than 40 residents attended, and since then, 242 people have signed a petition expressing concerns about the shared design. This project, overseen by both DPR and DGS, consistently disregards our voice. And I urge the council to intervene to ensure equitable access to quality recreational facilities. This isn't just about Jefferson Field, though. It's about the equitable access to recreation citywide. Jefferson Field is one of the few places where people can reliably play pickleball after work. The limited availability of public pickleball courts, typically during work hours and often in rec center gyms, creates a significant barrier for working residents. This underscores the existing disparity and highlights the importance of preserving Jefferson Field. Residents travel from across DC to play at Jefferson, specifically because other wards lack comparable facilities. This renovation must address the disparity and not exacerbate it. The proposed design creates critical safety and usability issues. Specifically, the first one is the design decreases the playing space we have. So currently we use 6 pickleball courts. 2 are permanent and 4 are hybrid, which are lined on the single tennis court there. So this renovation will provide 4 permanent courts. However, the current plan prohibits pickleball being played on the tennis court, which effectively eliminates 4 courts from us. So taking us from 6 down to 4.
Okay.
We need continued access to this tennis court and the ability to use hybrid lines to ease the overcrowding there. The second point is that the egress in this plan is dangerously inadequate. The plan includes only 1 gate, which would create a bottleneck and safety hazard. The limited egress will force players to crowd together, especially during busy periods, which would increase the risk of collisions and injuries to players. So my question is, why do DPR and DPS consistently disregard our voice and fail to engage with the pickleball community? Our concerns for safety and sufficient court space are valid, and yet our concerns have been ignored, which undermines the equitable development of Jefferson courts. So I urge the council to request the DPR and DGS meet with Jefferson Field pickleball community before any of the renovation begins. This meeting must include not only those responsible for the current plan, but those who have the authority to change them. We need a genuine opportunity to discuss these issues and ensure the final design is safe and reflects the community's need and contributes to a more equitable distribution of recreational resources in DC. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Next, we have Rhonda Covington.
Hello, everyone. Again, happy Friday and happy Valentine's Day. My name is Rhonda M. Covington, and I serve as the volunteer coordinator for the Senior Pickleball Open Play at the Ridge Road Recreation Center in Southeast DC. Thank you for the opportunity to attend this meeting and to speak. Presently, there are only 2 active DPR pickleball sites east of the river. They are Hillcrest and Ridge Road. There is a large and vibrant player community with at least 150 members in the Team Reach group. Hillcrest has indoor play 4 days a week, including Friday evenings and Saturday afternoons. Fridays have seen big crowds of up to 45 players, with many waiting to play. We thank you for making after work and weekend play available. We hope it continues. Ridge Road has indoor play once a week and lessons once a week also. Although attendance has been growing, it limits the opportunity for people to play who work during the day. Hillcrest has 2 outdoor painted pickleball courts on one of the 4 tennis courts. These courts are utilized in the summer because the indoor courts are unavailable then because of summer camps. We have repeatedly asked DPR to create 2 additional courts. They have refused, but we have not been offered alternate resources. We ask that DPR make the necessary investments to allow pickleball to continue to grow east of the river by, number 1, increasing the number of recreation centers that offer pickleball. Dean would be an excellent site. Number 2, extending play hours, especially in the evenings and weekends. Number 3, painting 2 more courts for outdoor play on 1 or more courts at Hillcrest. DPR needs to treat the pickleball community at Hillcrest, Ridge Road, and east of the river fairly and provide the resources we need to continue to grow our awesome sport. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we hear from Ann Kambara.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. I'm Ann Kambara, and I'm here with an urgent and a straightforward request. We need DPR to use a portion of the unspent $750,000 pickleball infrastructure allocation to convert Newark Park's deteriorating tennis courts into dedicated pickleball courts. This is a shovel-ready project that DC Pickleball has repeatedly proposed to DPR, and it would immediately serve a large established player community in a densely populated working persons area. I'm a USA Pickleball ambassador for Northwest Washington, DC, and a board member of DC Pickleball, but I've also been a pickleball instructor for DC Parks and Rec for over 18 months. And in this time, I have introduced over 120 DC residents to pickleball, and I really only work a half a day a week. So I wanted to tell you 2 specific tales of some Northwest DC pickleball sites, that is Newark Park and Hearst Recreation Center. These venues demonstrate our strong demand for new hybrid, double-lined, and dedicated pickleball courts and explain what we specifically seek. We really would like, as my colleagues have said, we really want to help respond to current inequities in meeting the demands of people who are working so they can also play pickleball. Newark Park is located in McLean Gardens. It has 3 tennis courts. All of these courts are severely damaged with multiple deep cracks in the playing surface. The site was largely abandoned by tennis players, but DC pickleball players, volunteers lined 3 courts on 1 tennis court, and the facility has been revitalized as an active pickleball site in this densely populated working neighborhood. My enthusiasts play even though the asphalt has large cracks and slippery moss slime overhanging 2 courts from the trees. What we envision is redevelopment of this site with 4 to 6 dedicated pickleball courts, including permanent nets and evening lighting. That would help us work with the heavy daytime demand, but also offer a way to address this inequity and lack of playing opportunities for working residents. And we do have a success story from the recently reconstructed Hearst Recreation Center. There, the volunteers overlaid pickleball lines on 1 tennis court, allowing for 8 players to play at a time. When I started up the site in summer 22, we had 10 players, but those numbers quickly grew to 20, and actually now 20, 25, 30 long wait players with long waits even in the winter. I mean, we're playing in 30 degrees weathers out there. So there is a second court there. It's only lined for tennis, but it often lies unused. It's when, especially in the summer, except in the summer or when we have weekends, occasionally that one's used. We've asked several times of DPR to allow us to line that court, but we've been consistently refused. So I really like pickleball. In my classes, it is particularly gratifying for me to see how pickleball is played by residents of all ages, genders, socioeconomic levels, physical activity, abilities, and sports backgrounds, including people who have long been inactive. It does build social and community networks. So I do want the committee to consider directing DPR to begin immediately Newark Park conversion using this allocation, to provide a clear timeline for implementation and to ensure that remaining funds are used to develop and expand other high demand sites. So thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Next up, we will hear, is Alfonso here? No, okay.
Good morning. My name is Alfonso Toles.
Oh.
I just want to reiterate some things that my friend and colleague just said. I worked with Sports on the Hill, CRISP, the Capital Youth Sports, and I also worked at the fields at RFK Stadium. And had my first pickleball tournament during COVID, which must have been about five years ago, on the Georgia Avenue Rec Center. This does not receive the type of notice and effort from the Department of Recreation that this sport deserves. We have always had, not had enough sports for not only our seniors who were lucky to be able to use a indoor basketball court during the winter to walk circles around, but also our youth, especially our youth females. Now they're getting some attention with flag football, but pickleball is a sport that it's inevitably is going to be used in elementary, junior high, high school level. And it's a way to get, we need more girls involved with this type of activity. It's bringing definitely more older women active where there was not a lot of other alternative activities. As a former basketball player, I could go to any city and find a basketball court and find a community, and pickleball is going to be that type of sport in the future. When RFK Stadium is torn down, we'll have years of rubble unless we plan now to put some pickleball courts up there. and probably another field so that we can have tournaments, which bring a lot of money into the district, which we've lost.
When you all first started, I was like, oh, RFK is an opportunity. That was my initial thought.
Yes.
When Scott
yes.
started us off.
Yeah, and that's something you need to, because that could be done pretty quickly as soon as the rubble is cleared, when they start tearing down the stadium at the end of this month, I think. So again, I'd like to reiterate that this is an opportunity to get ahead. I mean, we're a little behind now in DC where the demand has exceeded the amount of playing places, and prepare this multi-generational, multicultural, multi-ethnic sport where parents can play with their kids usually at an equal level, at least for a while, and meet people from various parts of the city. I've made new friends, a new community, and I look forward to increased support from the Department of Recreation and our city council people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you to this panel of witnesses. I want to, Scott, I know you stated it's about 600 DC players.
600 in the club.
Oh, 600 in the club, but citywide. Got you. Okay. And right now you said there's only 10 dedicated sites. Oh, okay.
Obviously, multiple courts at each. But of those, there are only literally 10 courts that are dedicated. Everything else is shared in terms of time, primarily with tennis, and sometimes with basketball.
Okay. And so of those 22 sites, if I understand that, Ruth, and you noted there's only two east of the river, right? You and Rhonda?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, there are a couple courts at SUTLC, but they're not really playable.
They're not.
Yeah.
Okay. And then Rhonda, you talked about indoor and outdoor play. Is that across the board? Is it indoor and outdoor? What's the majority? Is it outdoor and is it a mix across the sites?
It's
They're all more indoor, right?
pickleball players will play anywhere that they can.
I gotcha.
Yeah. We like to play outdoors, but there really aren't very many courts. Of course, in the winter, we have to go indoors. And in the summer, we lose access to all of the rec centers. So we have to play outdoors in the summer. So summer is really crunch time.
Gotcha.
And especially as we mentioned at Hillcrest, they go from a very large and growing player community in the rec center to only 2 courts. And I just don't understand why we can't get those courts lined.
Got it.
Yeah.
So I understand you all want more capacity across the board, and that capacity, is that capacity indoor and outdoor capacity is what you're?
Yes, we want more outdoor capacity,
Gotcha.
especially because that'll be available, especially if it's dedicated courts that are always available for
Gotcha.
pickleball. Indoor capacity, obviously in the winter, we need that. And we need it not only like from 10 to noon on Monday, but we need it at a time when working people can come and play as well.
Got it. And then Erica, you talked about you all, one of the ask is for the director to release, DPR to release a plan for pickleball.
Yes, there's been funding allocated, but there's not a plan yet on how that funding is going to be spent.
Okay, so a plan on how funding is spent.
And how we're going to accommodate. So, there've been a lot of conversations, but it's time for us to see a plan with, a strategy and timeline and goals and some milestones.
Understood. And then you stated that you wanted, that there was a commitment to form an advisory board.
An advisory board was formed.
And was it, that's what I was asking, was it formed?
It was formed.
Okay,
We had about 3 meetings and then they just stopped. We've been asking for meetings, but it's been disbanded.
when was the last meeting, you would say?
May.
Okay. It's a long time. Okay. And was a part of the planning advisory board to create that plan
That was our understanding.
of how that funding would be spent?
Correct.
Gotcha. Okay. And help me understand what, I think someone discussed, Ruth, you talked about youth play. How does that work?
It's not working. It's not happening.
okay,
Yeah, I
gotcha.
mean, there are children that come out or youth players that come out during our outdoor, on outdoor courts they can play. But the DPR scheduled indoor play specifies adults only. And I've had parents who tried to bring their kids to indoor play and they were told that they couldn't.
Got it.
So, and there's no scheduled youth programming, which is,
Okay.
you know, we see spring break activities for youth in tennis, all kinds of stuff for youth in tennis. Absolutely nothing for pickleball. And pickleball is actually much easier to learn than tennis. I love tennis. I got nothing against
Yeah.
tennis. But pickleball is a great entry sport for youth players. And it's a lot of fun. They really enjoy it.
Got it. And then Lana, has there been design meetings already for Jefferson, and the design meetings did not resulted in like the limited egress, it resulted in what you have, or did the design meetings not happen?
So the public was not involved in the design meetings. This all
Oh.
took place like behind closed doors. And then they came to us, oh, hey, come to this meeting. We'll reveal the plans.
Okay.
And so they did that in a Zoom. We all got together, we watched, we asked questions. There was obvious like issues to us as players who use the courts, and we expressed those concerns, but on deaf ears.
Got it. I don't know why they do that, where they like, it would be better to get community input for design and then come back with the design from community input and then have everybody weigh in on that. It would save us all a lot of like
Yeah.
time and heartburn and be more efficient. Okay, so that's what I was wondering. So that was, you had the design meeting and then that was it. We haven't heard anything of
Yeah.
whether there was any changes to the design as a result of your feedback.
So as far as we know, there are no changes to the design that they told us.
Okay.
We've been asking for it, and, you know, our concerns are valid. And
Understood.
there was a meeting last night that Ruth went to, but not much of an update there.
Yeah, I think they are rethinking the design because
Okay.
the safety is a critical concern, but that's all we know.
That's all you know.
Yeah. And they also are planning on starting soon. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. All right. Thank you all to this panel. Hopefully you'll show up to budget too, just to talk about budget when we have the budget season, but you've given me
We'll be there.
wonderful.
Thank you so much.
You've given me a lot to work with for sort of oversight question purposes. So thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, we have Amari Nixon, Ayanna Williams, Brianna McGowan, Chris Wood, Cece, that's what I call her, Davinia Stay, and Deborah Lucas. All right, we will get started with Amari Nixon. I guess they're online. Do you see them? Okay. Ayanna Williams.
Good morning.
Good
My name
morning.
is Diana Williams, proud resident of Ward 7. I live in River Terrace, and I am a gardener, in large part because of what I've learned at Letterer Gardens, which is a Department of Parks and Rec community garden. I volunteer there on a weekly, bi-weekly basis, and I'm here to request more funding for your consideration to the Department of Recreation, specifically for Letterer Gardens, to expand the gardening program there, to expand the staff, and to rebuild the greenhouse and facilities, which the greenhouse burned down last winter. So a bit about my experience. Letterer Gardens has been an integral way for me and my neighbors throughout Ward 7 to meet each other, especially throughout the stay-at-home orders and restrictions that came from the pandemic. I have learned about urban gardening, ways to contribute to the food production specifically within our community that is then donated to different, to any community member that comes to the 2 giveaways at Letterer Garden each week. And I've learned about our local ecology. I saw an okra for the first time, not in a grocery store, but in the gardens. I've learned to stake tomatoes, to grow tomatoes, to harvest and grow from seed flowers and fruits and vegetables. I've planted trees that were a part of the tree garden there, the urban orchard. And I've even been a part of the harvesting of honey from the bees that are at Letterer. This has been an incredible experience for me personally as a gardener, but as a community member, I have met incredible members of my community through this precious space. I'm proud of what I've learned there, but I'm most proud that I've been able to contribute to the food supply for neighbors in need through those Wednesday and Saturday food giveaways that are open to the public, where anyone can come and get food that was harvested from the garden or was donated from local pantries or other nonprofits. I've attended more than a dozen of these giveaways over the last 4 years, and I've participated in countless work days to prepare for those giveaways, including harvesting the food, anywhere from planting the actual seedlings to putting them in the ground once they're grown. But what I'm more amazed about is at the lack of resources that are available on this farm, on this community garden, and how much has been done with so little. Every time I go, seemingly, there's never enough staff, DPR allotted staff, or resources, or space, or simply time to complete all of the tasks that it takes to run a farm, to run a community garden. That includes planting the seeds, watering the seeds, setting up an irrigation system, maintaining that irrigation system, sowing seeds when ready, resowing seeds when pests come along or when deer come along or other rodents, maintaining the beehives and food forests, harvesting and storing and refrigerating the fruits and vegetables to ensure that they are safe and ready for the giveaways twice a week. Unfortunately, I think the most pressing thing, in addition to needing more staff, is the need for a working greenhouse. The DPR greenhouse on this particular community garden burned down last winter, and there are no current plans or resources allotted to rebuild it. And in order to produce the more than 3,000 seedlings that are needed, not just for Letterer garden, but for all of the DPR gardens throughout the city, volunteers, including myself, plant seeds and take those seed trays to our homes or to personal spaces and nurture them until they're ready and bring them back to the farm to then put them in the ground. This is an arduous task, which would be significantly help if there was a working greenhouse on Letterer Gardens. We're often shorthanded during those preparation days, and additional staff, in addition to a new greenhouse, would help to amplify both the training that takes place at these gardens of community members, but it would also free up time for the many volunteers like myself to simply convene and commune with our neighbors and with one another and to be of support in this time. So I thank the committee for considering my testimony today, and I hope you will consider my neighbors and fellow volunteers as we ask for additional funding, capital funding to rebuild the greenhouse and the garden building, but also for more staff to help expand this program and continue the many workshops and teaching that take place on this amazing communal space. Thank you.
Thank you so much. If you could give us a copy of your testimony in writing so that we can have it to.
Yes, it has been uploaded.
It's uploaded. Okay, great. During
Thank you.
budget, I just want to be able to make sure we flag it for budget for myself and for your Ward 7 council member to figure out what we can do to support.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I see Brianna. I don't see Brianna. I don't see Chris Wood. I don't see Chrysanth. Davinia Shay.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you a little bit. Turn your volume up all the way if you could for me.
Okay. How is that?
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Great. Like the previous, good morning, Councilmember George. My name is Davinia C. I'm a Ward 7 resident. Like the previous the previous testifier, I'm here to testify in support of DPR's communal farm program. They're in 3 locations: Letterer in Ward 7, Edgewood Rooftop Garden in Ward 5, and Powell Community Farm in Ward 1. As previously stated, we need more staff to manage the DPR community farm program. All 3 farms are being managed by 1 DPR staff member, which is a lot. And as was mentioned, it's arduous work, even though we have an amazing group of volunteers there, but we need more full-time staff to help in the communal farm program. Again, we also need a new greenhouse, which burned down last year. It was also built in the 1970s, so it needed to be updated. And there's grand plans. The idea of it being a community food hub to improve local food system with amenities that can include everything from, a community grocery store cooperative to a community kitchen with a food business incubator, apiary, mushroom growing lab. There's lots of ideas on the table, but we need funding to rebuild the greenhouse so those dreams can become reality. Just want to mention some of the amazing accomplishments of the DPR communal farm program. 14,000 pounds of veggies grown on the 3 farms, the weekly giveaways that happen at the 3 farms during the growing season, 3,000 vegetable seedlings grown and given away to the community for free, 500 tree and shrub donations secured and given away to the community, 63 fruit trees planted, and it can go on and on. And I think especially in this environment, we understand the need for good, healthy vegetables for free is great, but to teach the community how to grow it on their own is even better. That is what I want to say about the DPR communal farm program. I wanted to bring up one other concern about DPR, and that is about the improving the diversity and quality of programs east of the river. My family is what you would call a frequent flyer of DPR programs. I'm very grateful. We've done swimming, tennis, ballet, nature photography. But the main issue is location. I love my city. I love seeing all parts of the city, but I'm usually traveling west of the river to go to any and all of these classes. Like I have tennis courts within walking distance of my house, but have I ever been able to take a tennis class in Ward 7? No. At one point, I was driving all the way to the Palisades for a tennis class. And just a quick side note, because of all the pickleball talk, just because you don't see tennis players on the court in the community doesn't mean we're not using it. So just please be, there's equity on both sides, but just because you don't see us there, people are using our tennis courts. So those are the 2 issues: supporting DPR communal farm program and improving diversity and quality of programming east of the river. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Deborah Lucas?
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Deborah Lucas, and I live in Ward 5. I have participated in DPR activities since 1958. I'm here to request more funding for Letera. My father retired from DPR with over 30 years of service. I have always loved all the free services that DPR furnishes for our residents. I became a waterer in 2023, and I started to suffer food insecurities. I found out about the community gardens, and I quickly decided to become a volunteer at Letera with Josh and Denise. The most enjoyable and rewarding activities for me was volunteering at Letera. Thanks to Josh Singer's friendly and nurturing approach with the volunteers, I've learned so much about soil, planting, weeding, harvesting, and most importantly, sharing the harvest to fight the food insecurities in our neighborhoods. Letera's greenhouse is totally unusable at this time, and it needs to be replaced. The field house is a rusted metal prefab trailer that has been there since I was in college, over 20 years ago. We need funding for the garden and for many of the participants to be able to safely enjoy the activities that are hosted at the garden. Our community deserves better quality and safe structures in 2025 and more funding for all the activities that one paid employer has to handle all by himself. I would appreciate if the council and the city find more funding for our gardening program. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Just checking back just to make sure. Amari Nixon, Brianna McGowan, Chris Wood, or Chrisanth Cornietz. If you are here, raise your hand before we move on to the next panel. All right. Don't see you on. I did have one question. Ayana, given the loss of the greenhouse, what are the biggest challenges volunteers have faced in growing and distributing seedlings without it? And how would rebuilding the greenhouse improve the overall efficiency and output of the communal farm program?
The one full-time staff member that is dedicated not just to Letter of Farms, but the other farms, has been incredibly resourceful and nimble about leveraging community resources. So being able to use other greenhouses from other entities,
Gotcha.
DC Water and others. And as I mentioned, volunteers taking seedlings home and using their personal water and lighting resources. While soil may be, so there have been a lot of resources that are utilized as an alternative. They are not long-term sustainable options and vary from year to year.
Got it.
So I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think beyond the call for additional funding and staffing, do you have any particular operational or strategic recommendations that you would like the Department of Parks and Recreation to consider for rebuilding the greenhouse and enhancing the communal farm program?
Yes, and as I'll reiterate from the community members that also just spoke, it's not just the greenhouse as well, it's also the attached trailer or the nearby trailer where different workshops take place. Dozens of workshops take place outside and in that trailer, including honey harvesting workshops, educational workshops, herbal workshops with other community members. So being able to have a space where those workshops can take place in the comfort of rain or winter would immensely allow the programming on that space in that garden to be able to expand and grow and serve even more community members. There also might be better storage for refrigerators and for the veggies if those two spaces, not just the greenhouse, but also that workshop space were expanded.
Great. And the additional staff would be utilized for which purposes?
Everything. For managing volunteers, helping volunteers for community education, but also to actually increase the production of the community garden / farm itself. With more staff, we would be able to grow more, maintain more, more efficiently utilize the space we have, which would result in more food for the community and more volunteers learning these resources and skills that they can take to other places around the city and to potentially their own homes and communities.
Got it. Great. Thank you so much. I really appreciate this testimony. We'll follow up with DPR, but also put it on the radar for budget as we move forward. Thank you so much. Thank you to this panel of witnesses. All right. Next, we have Kara Brown, Kathleen McGlynn, Larissa Camilleri, Lily Sun, Marsha Lee, Megan Sekinen, Mozella Boyd Johnson, Patricia Wilson Ross, and Nadita Sola. If you are online, please come on screen so we know that you're here. And if you are in person, please have a seat at the table. Thank you. We will start with Kara Brown. All right, Kathleen McGlynn. Nope, okay. Larissa Camilleri. All right. Lily Sun. Oh, perfect. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you. And press the button. There you go. You're
Awesome.
good.
All right. Good morning,
Good morning.
Councilmember George and everyone else. My name is Lily Sun. I have been volunteering with DPR on the urban farms since 2023. In this time, I've seen the farms and subsequently the communities served by the farms flourish. The work being done at the farms has contributed to a measurable increase in happiness, connectedness, and social welfare in DC, and especially within underserved neighborhoods of DC. Last year, over 9,000 pounds of organic produce were grown in Ladera Gardens, the largest DPR urban farm alone. Ladera Gardens has become a keystone food resource for Ward 7, addressing the food desert issue east of the river. The other two urban farm sites, Edgewood and Powell, also yielded a combined 5,000 pounds of organic produce last year. All of this is all given away to any who need it, helping to bridge gaps in food insecurity and sustainability. When I started volunteering, I had a job and now I don't have one. So I am one of those people that is struggling with food insecurity right now. And I see it in my life, how much it's helped me. In addition to the giveaways, the farms have open hours where anyone's permitted to help garden and to pick their own produce. And they also host many community outreach and education events, such as beekeeping, cooking workshops, herbal workshops. I've had the pleasure of meeting so many new folks and making friends while at the farm. It's truly enriched my own life, and I can see firsthand how DPR fosters outreach and connectedness within the community, while also educating people about nutrition and agricultural practices. In addition, last year, over 83,000 pounds of food were donated from local sources and distributed at the farms. Over 500 trees and native plants were also given away. And several communal food forests were created last year, and the one in Lederer being the biggest in DC proper, comprising over 360 fruiting trees and shrubs. The planting of these trees will have exponentially positive downstream effects in the years to come when they start to bear fruit that all can enjoy. I could talk about the accomplishments of DPR's urban farms for hours. There's just too many to list. However, they were all achieved by a team that works tirelessly, albeit with relatively little manpower, as the DPR team that is in charge of the farms is very, very small in size. All three farms are being overseen by one singular employee, Josh Singer. He handles every single aspect of each farm. He's wholly involved from the ground up, from the planting to the weeding to the coordination of donations to the management of volunteers. His passion for the work he does is laudable, but his workload is immense, and it could be mitigated by introducing more employed positions to help disperse this workload. Thus, I strongly advocate and believe that it would be in the best interest of DC government and to the benefit of all the citizens of DC at large to allocate more funding to hire more DPR staff to help manage and expand the communal farm program. Imagine what more good can be done if there's more brains, more hands to help run the initiative. Furthermore, capital funding is desperately needed to rebuild the Ladera Gardens building and greenhouse. The Ladera greenhouse was at the heart of the entire project, as it once supplied seedlings to all other DPR farms and programs. However, it sadly burned down last winter and is currently in limbo as there's no funding and no resources available to rebuild it. Additionally, the building in Ladera Gardens, which DPR staff work out of, is a relic of the 1970s and currently lacks heat. It needs funding in order to be revitalized into a community food hub to further enrich and fortify the local food system. There are plans in the works for a community grocery cooperative, community kitchen with a food business incubator program, community apothecary, and even a mushroom growing lab. All of this would have significant impact upon the community ties, satisfaction, and economic, physical, and mental well-being of people in DC, especially in wards 7 and 8. I can imagine a better, brighter, more well-fed, and well-nourished DC in our near future if this funding can come to pass. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Marcia Lee or Marcia Lee.
Good morning. This is Marcia, Ms.
Marcia, awesome. Okay. Good morning. Happy Valentine's Day.
Same. So, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chairperson George, committee members. So, my name is Marcia Lee, and I am testifying as a over 15-year customer of DPR and a Ward 5 resident. I've also provided a copy of this testimony, which includes all my contact information. My overall experience with DPR has been positive. However, I would like to express the following concerns. There has recently been an increase in fees for some of the programs, particularly aquatics, that are typically utilized at DPR. As a concerned citizen, I just want to know where the fees are going because I observed a lack of quality service for the following things. Lack of adequate adult evening aquatic programming and programming that does not include children. Lack of proper notice for events that would allow an inclusive and greater attendance for those who work during the day and for those who keep busy schedules. Unreliable communication when trying to connect with leadership and told not to contact them, although they hold a position that is 100% funded through taxpayer dollars. So given this, as a concerned citizen, I want to understand why this department is raising these fees and we're not receiving commensurate raise in the quality of service, no instructor raises. So where are these additional expenses going? And is it okay for this department to continue to raise fees while not raising the quality of service? Children have physical education and gym in school. They are not the same options in most of our workplaces, adult workplaces. We know that the cost of living in DC is rising, and with the cost of living so rapidly, this means that the morale is declining, increased instances of health and well-being. Because of this, DPR is more important now than ever. Please, as a proud Fit DC ambassador of DPR, please restore complete funding for Fit DC, which focuses on mind, body, and community. Programs like Fit DC really make a difference, especially for those who cannot afford fitness club memberships / subscriptions, and the classes are always filled to capacity. I would like to see DPC an advisory council composed of residents from all quarters of the city, established to provide suggestions / recommendations for programming. If they are asked what they want, they will tell you. Bring back, I also want to talk about too, hire additional staff for the DPR community farms. I just want to say Josh is fabulous. I partake in the produce there. It's beautiful energy. And don't make me cry. It's beautiful energy and we need this. Thank you for having it. We are premier for this. So it needs to be premier status. Bring back the passport to palate cooking demonstration classes conducted by local DC chefs. All the above DPR programming is important to health and well-being of city residents. I appreciate DPR staff. However, my request is to ensure that they have more support to continue the great job they are doing and to have everything they need to be successful. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And next we will hear from Megan. I didn't want to butcher your last name.
Not a problem. Hi, my name is Megan Sykinen.
Okay.
I am a resident of Ward 7 of the Deanwood neighborhood. I've been there over 5 years. I have both volunteered for and benefited from the Letterer Garden and its community programs. I'm here to ask for more staff, as is a common theme for the DPR Communal Farm Program, and capital funding to rebuild the greenhouse and other buildings at the Letterer Gardens. Letterer has provided me with valuable neighborhood relationships, fresh food, knowledge to try gardening at home. I don't have a green thumb. I've tried many gardens at home and they've all pretty much been failures. So I've started volunteering at the gardens to be able to learn this skill and become more self-sufficient. And because of Letterer, I've grown more confident in those skills. Again, if you can call them that. But in addition to this, I've also benefited directly from receiving fresh produce, plant seedlings, and gaining knowledge about the benefits of different herbs, fruits, and vegetables. It brings me a lot of joy when I am out in the garden and in the community. Letterer provides very important access to fruits and vegetables in the area, education, and community in Ward 7, which, as we've already covered, is a food desert. Food deserts are not just about access, but health outcomes. My neighbors and I don't have a grocery store within walking distance, but Letterer is nearby and can provide that for us. As residents' budgets get tighter, our federal social services are being threatened, and food becomes more expensive. This is even more essential. I fully support its efforts to build a sustainable community food hub that improves the neighborhood food system even more. This growth could include amenities such as a grocery cooperative, a community kitchen with an incubator program, and further educational workshops to help educate people such as myself who wish to be more self-sufficient and be able to grow our own food. Letter Gardens is a local gem, but has been run by one staff member, as you've heard, who stretches their time across multiple locations. There's regular volunteers who make a really big impact, but there's also volunteers like myself who don't have that gardening background and knowledge. And so we really do need to have more dedicated staff. Also, the greenhouse that was used to provide the seedlings, as you've heard, is burned down without the resources to rebuild. And this is a huge hit to the program. I respectfully ask the committee and council members to increase the DPR staff and approve the necessary capital funds that the DPR communal program needs for Letter to continue on its mission. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Mozella Boyd Johnson. Mozella, I see you online, so if you could just unmute. There you go.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, dear Councilmember Janeese Lewis George. My name is Mozella Boyd Johnson, and I am a Washingtonian as well as a resident of Ward 5. Thank you for allowing me to participate in this hearing regarding the Department of Parks and Recreation. I testified on July 5th, 2024 regarding the lack of upkeep and broken items at Turkey Thicket Swimming Pool. Surprisingly, after 8 months, most of these issues remain unsolved. At the last hearing, you, Councilmember George, wanted to know if I had the work order numbers for the issues at Turkey Thicket Recreation Center. At your request, I provided the work order numbers to your email address on July 10, 2024, which are 774486, 780105, and 77690. Again, no movement at Turkey Thicket Recreation Center. I have attended meetings where Councilmember Parker has been in attendance and spoke with him about the lack of resolution concerning the issues at Turkey Thicket.
Yep.
In addition, I have sent numerous emails to your office, Councilmember Parker, Director of Parks and Recreation, and Department of General Services with no results. Some of the ladies who utilized the women's locker room at Turkey Thicket got together and purchased shower curtains because the curtains there were unusable.
Oh, hell no.
The bathing suit spinner has been removed. Instead of fixing it or installing a new one, the handrail leading to the swimming pool is missing screws and is unstable, which is dangerous. The hot tub is still out of commission, which is broken. I am confused as to why you, Councilmember George, and your colleagues are members of this committee if you're not willing to make the Department of Parks and Recreation as well as DGS be accountable and fix these repairs and maintain this facility in a proper way. This committee should be ashamed to be back here 8 months later and your constituents are still talking about the same unresolved issues. I wonder how the new renovated Joy Evans Recreation Center in Ward 7 will look in 2 or 3 years after spending over $40 million of taxpayers' funds without proper maintenance. Or will Joy Evans Recreation Center wind up like Turkey Thicket? I hope not. Councilmember Lewis and a committee, I remain hopeful that you will do your job and make the director of DPR and DGS do their job and fix and maintain Turkey Thicket Recreation Center sooner than later. Thank you for allowing me to testify this morning. Mozella Boyd Johnson.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Next, we will hear from Patricia Wilson Ross. Oh, okay. Nanita Sola. Oh, wonderful.
Good morning, everybody, and happy Valentine's Day. My name is Nanita Sola, and I'm from Ward 5, Brooklyn. I volunteer for the DPR Food Garden, the DPR Communal Farm Program at the Lederer and also at Edgewood. I'm here to give a piece about please hire another person to help Josh Singer. And he's doing all the farm program with the help also of Shanice, who is here. But I think he would really need another person to help him out, especially this summer coming up. Another thing that I'd like to happen is also to fix the letterer that need to be the letter garden building and the greenhouse. And I'm sure you have budget for that, and it should be done. It's been not in commission for a long time now since that fire. That's all I have.
Thank you. I know you all spoke about this with some of the other panel, but it sounds like Josh is doing an amazing job. So shout out to Josh Singer. I look forward to meeting you and talking to you personally, Josh, to see ways we can improve. I'm sure you have a number of suggestions that you are able to give. Beyond hiring another employee, what structural or operational improvements could ensure the long-term sustainability of the garden program? And that's for any of you all to answer. Anybody?
Just to reiterate, rebuilding that greenhouse and the other trailer building, having a more
Both of them.
long-term.
Okay,
place.
got you.
I just also want to reiterate that the Letterer Garden Greenhouse provides a lot of seedling for all the gardens, like at Edgewood. Josh will bring all the seedlings to Edgewood for planting. And also on 6th Street, I haven't been in that one because I only work at the volunteer at the Letter and Edgewood.
Okay, got it.
This is Miss Lee. One more thing, Councilwoman. So he would be able to focus on other projects. Number one, focus on the greenhouse, keep getting the ceilings, and for your information, it's Power Rec Center in Ward 1. So he could really expand the program and have more residents take advantage of all the services that he can extend if he had an additional person. Just one additional person, not 15, not 12, but
Gotcha.
right now,
One FTE.
Thank you.
Got it. Ms. Lee, actually, you one thing you suggested creating a DPR advisory council composed of residents from all quadrants of the city. How do you envision this council functioning, and what mechanism would you ensure that residents' feedback leads to sort of meaningful improvements in DPR programming?
Well, first and foremost, thank you so much for asking that question. First and foremost, we can have meetings quarterly or even twice a year. Just depends on people's schedule and time. I know y'all very busy, so I like to respect people's time. But just to give a chance for people to actually engage and have these conversations, as Ms. Johnson was saying, about different issues that's going on in the city. And then that way, it could be a multi-generational engagement platform. Because everybody has different needs at different times of the day, and with DPR, and we all can come together and come up with better resolutions, so everybody could be served from the womb to the tomb. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Ms. Boyd Johnson, thank you for your testimony. I'm frustrated about the lack of progress at Turkey Thicket. Councilmember Parker has been sending emails to DGS consistently. I know because he has put me on those emails. One of the things that has happened is Turkey Thicket is now one of the oldest buildings in the DPR portfolio. And because it's so old, even when sometimes they go out, fix something and it's broken the same day it was fixed, which is frustrating. But what that says to me is that we are at the point where there needs to be some true capital funding going into remodernizing and revamping Turkey Thicket, that's the place that it's at. But in the meantime, in between time, before we figure out how we're gonna get some funding that actually, capital funding to improve Turkey Thicket, those work orders should be being answered timely. And so you have my word. I mean, Councilmember Parker has indicated to me, he also messaged me letting me know he would be here for government witnesses because he's frustrated sort of with the lack of progress there. What specific information would you like from DPR and DGS about the facilities issues you raised?
I guess,
Yeah.
I guess one of the things I don't understand why it takes 8 months to have screws placed into the pole when you're walking down the steps into the pool. That is dangerous. Two, I don't understand what does it take to get curtains, change out of the curtains on a regular time frame. No constituent should have to buy shower curtains just to cover up because we only have 3 stalls, and then one of the stalls, it never works. It's either running hot or it's running cold, but you cannot get it to run properly. And so those minor things that if you bring to their attention, I go home and I email and you get crickets. Now, I will get somebody that may say that they will look into it, but what does it take to do those types of things? And the other thing, what does it take to pour some bleach down in the drains every other week when you know so many people are utilizing that facility to clean, to keep it cleaned out, not just spray all of the water to the vents and leave the nasty hair there. Those are things that can be done, but they are not being done. And I'm just amazed that Joy Evans has 2 spin cycles, and we couldn't even get one installed. I don't know how much money that would take, but if Joy Evans has 2 brand new ones, and Turkey Thicket that has about 50 people attending the water aerobics at 8 o'clock in the morning, and then at 10 it's about 30, and you tell me that you can't get one spin cycle?
Yep. I got you. I hear you. And in some of the small things like curtains, that should be easy, in my opinion. That's not, I don't need no capital funds for curtains, you know? So I'm not sure why those things should be able to address, in my opinion, quickly. I'll get some answers from DGS on that regard. There may need to be funding put in, and I'll ask them sort of what type of funding is needed. I did have to fund last budget cycle for Tacoma, which is in Ward 4. Their locker room had a number of issues, and I had to put in a large amount of funds just for that locker room to be upgraded. So I'm not sure if it's a funding thing that needs to happen, but some of these small projects, I think we should be able to get it done just to make people feel comfortable and safe in the environment as quickly as possible. So we will follow up. I know you hear that often, so I won't just say the words. I'm hoping by budget, let me put that out there. I'm hoping by the budget hearing that is scheduled, which we don't have that schedule out yet. I hope that you'll be able to come back here and say, Councilmember George, we saw some improvements in that short period of time. And if not, you have permission to come and also yell at me during that hearing as well. Got you?
Okay, got you. Thank you so very much, and you have a good day.
All right,
Before
you
you
too.
end, Councilwoman Joyce, I just suggest that you buy like the environmentally friendly shower curtains. You can get them right in Marshalls. I mean, because then that way you don't have to worry about like mold and mildew free. So that could be like an immediate fix, and definitely spin cycles at these pools. That has to be addressed 100%. So thank you.
Thank you for those suggestions. I appreciate it. Thank you to this panel of witnesses. We're going to move to our next panel of witnesses.
Councilmember,
yes,
this is Patricia Wilson Ross. I wasn't able to access. Am I still on the panel?
Yeah, you'll be on the first person on this next panel. I was just about to call. I'm inviting our fourth panel of witnesses, Patricia Wilson Ross, Dolores Scott, Ellen Levinson, Aaron Martin, Jen Kaufman, Jillian Abal, Jorge Membrano, Juanita Coy Bailey, and Jucane Butler. If you are online, again, please come on video so we know that you are here, or raise your hand and you'll be upgraded if you are here. And if you are in person, please have a seat in front of me and remember to press the button when you start to testify. Red in this instance does mean go. And so first up, we will start with Patricia Wilson Ross. Good morning, Ms. Ross.
Good morning, Council member and Chairperson Ms. George, and congratulations on
Thank you.
as well as happy Valentine's Day to everyone. Again, I'm Patricia Wilson Ross. I was born and raised in Washington, D.C., and I'm a current homeowner in Ward 4. And looking at the budget for parks and recs, there is no line item for seniors, though you have senior lounges in the facilities. In particular, I am a Lamont Riggs citizen, and I did testify yesterday for the Department of DC Agent Friendly about this issue. But at LaSalle, we have a senior room that has not been modernized since prior to COVID, and therefore it is not usable for the citizens. We use a community room, which has temperature, I think, is set on boiling right now, and it makes it very difficult for us to be in that room without having to open the windows. And that's crazy right now, you know, with the weather the way that it is. So I did want to put this testimony on the record because, as I said, we are in your facility. We have over 150 residents that come through for the line dance, and there's chair exercises, and we do sewing. But like I said, we have to do that in the community room. So I don't know where the money, even I should ask Department of Recreation for funding for this issue. But since we are in the facility, I did think that I would testify here today. As I said, the Department DC Agent Friendly has in their strategies a lot of different things that could provide assistance to seniors as to how to get food, needs for the unpaid caregivers, and other comprehensive needs assessments, things that we could use that room to get together and disseminate, gather, associate, and look at all these different programs that are available. But it's, you know, again, it's just not usable. So we kind of stay in the gym or wherever we can to discuss matters until, you know, we have to give up the room for basketball or something like that. And of course, we're using staff from wherever we can get it, whoever, and the people are great. They're coming in, but if somebody is out at a different rec or something, you know, people are pulled from everywhere, and then we aren't able to have a certified geriatric personnel. So again, I just wanted to put this on the record. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Dolores Scott.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And thank you for allowing me to testify. My name is Dolores Scott. I have been a homeowner in the River Terrace community in Ward 7 for 24 years and a Washingtonian for 47. As a senior citizen, it is important that I eat fruits and vegetables to maintain my health. I would like to live a few more decades. Food is important for survival, and fruits and vegetables is the cheapest way to sustain ourselves. I am testifying on behalf of Lederer Gardens in the hope that the council will allocate additional funds to them since they are severely understaffed. They will need to rebuild the greenhouse that burned down last winter in order to provide vegetables year-round. I am appearing in person because I have volunteered at Letterer with others, and I know that fresh produce from a garden is important to everyone's health. Many of us in the community have benefited from Letterer Gardens through classes and tours and food giveaways. In this current economic environment, now more than ever, it is imperative that we come together as a community. Letterer Gardens has been a valuable resource in teaching us that we can learn to grow our own no matter how much space we have. Please consider providing the funding for Letterer so that the entire community may benefit. I want to thank the council for your attention to this important matter.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much. Next, we'll hear from Ellen Levinson.
Hi, good morning, Chairperson George. My name's Ellen Levinson. I've lived on Capitol Hill in the Stanton Park neighborhood since 2000, so it's been about 24 plus years. I love that place and it's gorgeous. You can't deny it. However, it's deteriorated, and I'm here testifying along with, there's a companion here, he's testifying as well as our testimony submitted by one of our ANC reps, whose name is Jay Adelstein. Okay, and what happened is that the deterioration of Stanton Park is frustrating. It was fixed last time in 1964 when they put in a playground, and they also put in flower beds. Well, those flower beds aren't there. The bushes are overgrown. If you try to walk up to it at night, you can't really see well because the bushes are too high. Rats have taken over.
I was going to say,
You know,
I was imagining rats.
we all know the rats, and the garbage cans are broken, so you know the rats love it. And it's just deteriorated. And I'm sad. I used to take my grandkids there, and I was so cool, and my grandnieces, and now the greats are coming, and you know, I can't do that. So I guess what I'm saying is we've joined together as a community group. It's grassroots. We're supported by our Ward 6 council member, who's wonderful. Thank you, Charles Allen. And we also have the support of the ANC 6C, which has voted in our support. We also have the support of the Capitol Hill Historic District, because this is, just to remind everybody, July 4th, 2026 is the 250th anniversary of this country. And this park is part of the original, you know, the L'Enfant plan. We have a revolutionary statue there in the middle. It's a great one, actually. It's I don't know if you're familiar with it's Major General Greene, who is very important in that war. We also have, it's named for Stanton, who is Edward Stanton, who was Lincoln's Secretary of War and a great guy and really very smart man and lawyer. And so it's a wonderful park. It's really timely, and we understand. We've tried to work on fixing it. We went to the National Park Service East, and they just didn't respond. My Karen Wirt, my ANC commissioner went there, and they just didn't respond. And so we've collected signatures, over 300 on a petition. National Park Service can't fix this alone. It's just not going to work. So we need the National Park Service, DC, government, elected officials to work together. And we're appealing to you to help us out and find a pathway and get this funded and done. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your testimony. Aaron Martin. All right. Commissioner from 4DO8, Jen Kaufman.
Good morning. How are you today? Thank you, Chairperson Lewis George, and thank you to the committee for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Jen Kaufman. I serve as an advisory neighborhood commissioner for single member district 4DO8 and as chair of ANC 4D, although I am not testifying today on behalf of the commission. I'm here because I'm a parent of a child who proudly identifies as disabled. And according to the 2023 American Community Survey, here in the district, she's one of among 5,472 children who also have disabilities. And among adults, there's over 72,000 district residents who identify as disabled. The reason I come here is to urge the Department of Parks and Recreation to implement adaptive recreational programming for people with disabilities, especially children. Currently, there are therapeutic recreation summer camps for children with and without disabilities. But year-round, there's only one offering for toddlers and nothing for children older than toddlers. For adults, there are limited offerings, with most of the availability happening during the workday, so that poses challenges for working adults. Ensuring that there is equitable access to DPR programming by offering more adaptive options can help reduce the financial strain that disabled families often have to contend with. A few years ago, I was fortunate to have heard about an adaptive tennis class that I enrolled my daughter in. It boosted her self-esteem, it improved her motor skills, and for the first time, she got excited about sports. But the class was nearly triple the cost of a typical DPR class, and it was only offered occasionally, so not a viable option for most families in the district. I also know of another DC family with a vibrant young daughter who goes to school with my son, and she uses a walker to get around. She loves being in the water, but they have been unable to enroll her in DPR aquatic programming because there aren't adaptive options available for children with disabilities. As a Master of Public Health student who concentrates in health equity, I know that sports and physical fitness activities improve children's confidence. It provides important physical development. It strengthens their bones and their muscles. It creates opportunity for fun and socialization. Every child in the district should have the opportunity to experience DPR programming year-round, not just during the summer. So I ask that DPR expand its offerings to provide adaptive programs for children with disabilities and urge the DC Council to ensure that there is dedicated funding in the upcoming budget for adaptive programming, especially for children. Thank you for your time, and I'd be pleased to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Jillian Abal. Jorge Membreno.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George, for allowing me to testify today regarding the Department of Parks and Recreation and out-of-school time programs. My name is Jorge Membreno, he, him pronouns, and I'm the Director of Youth Advocacy at DC Action. I'm also a licensed clinical social worker who works primarily with children and youth. As you know, DC Action convenes the Out of School Time Coalition, and today I'll be speaking on behalf of our community-based programs. Before I dig in, I'll also add that I'm a Ward 4 resident and father to a toddler. First, I want to say thank you to DPR for taking up the mission to increase OST programming for all youth in DC. Now more than ever, we need more partners who want to create opportunities for youth to learn and have fun. I'm also grateful to DPR for emphasizing the Rec for All core values of equity, inclusion, empowerment, community, sustainability, and innovation. These words are being weaponized across the country, but they are and should continue to be what we strive for in DC. Second, I want to offer a few recommendations to strengthen the overall partnership between DPR, Learn24, and community-based organizations who provide out-of-school time programming. DPR has operated Recreation for All grants for the past 3 years. However, there has been very little transparency around DPR's grant-making process, including how or whether DPR standards and requirements for high-quality OST programming adhere to the guidelines set out by the district's OST office. Similarly, DPR's grant does not appear to place any emphasis on investing in organizations that work with underserved populations, unlike grants from the OST office, which name priority populations. I want to emphasize that many of these priority populations and the services offered to them are under attack in the White House. For the benefit of all district young people and their families, DPR can bolster their partnership in eliminating disparities and access to high-quality OST programs. There's also been a lack of clarity on grant awards, feedback, and reliable funding. As of February 11, 2025, it does not appear that DPR has published the list of fiscal year 24 Recreation for All grantees. Providers have also let us know that they did not get feedback on their applications even when requested, which makes it difficult to be competitive the following grant year. The Rec for All RFA includes an application review and scoring section where a review panel provides a score based on specific scoring criteria. Feedback is a gift and allows our providers to adapt and grow so they can provide more OST seats. Similarly, there does not seem to be public data on the number of youth served by the fiscal year 23 grant cycle. This makes it hard to understand continuity versus volatility in OST funding streams and program seats, especially since funding is for one-year grants. It's considerably easier to plan for programming when you have a multi-year grant and can staff up appropriately. This also provides consistency to youth and families who, as you well know, greatly benefit from OST programs. More timely public information is needed from DPR to track whether district is making progress toward meeting the goal of universal OST access set forth by the OST Commission Strategic Plan and the Universal OST Amendment Act, which we thank you for co-sponsoring. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we hear from Juanita Coy Bailey.
Good morning, Chairman Lewis George. I'm Juanita Coy Bailey. I'm a native Washingtonian, product of Ward 8. I'm a retired registered nurse and currently a resident of Ward 5. I'm here to speak in support of the request funds for capital funding to rebuild the Lederer Gardens buildings, greenhouse, and new farm equipment. My husband, Dr. John R. Bailey, also a native Washingtonian and product of Ward 7. And I have had the pleasure to volunteer at Lederer Gardens during the 2024 growing season. We have expressed concerns regarding the disrepair of the greenhouse since the fire. It is a waste and unsafe building that has much potential. The office building and storage unit requires updating as well. If funds are approved for this rebuilding, the program to feed our community's farm to table will increase. Living in a food desert is a challenge for our elderly, children, and low economic populations. For some, eating canned vegetables is the only option, and it is not the healthiest. Providing freshly picked vegetables will improve nutritional status and is budget-friendly for the communities we serve, most of those who live on a limited income. We can have programs for adults and children to develop healthy food choice habits by understanding how food is grown, cooked, and stored. Sharing recipes and providing food samples will show how we can eat healthier. Education is the key to improving our health, and it starts with improving Lederer Gardens infrastructure. We are committed to volunteering and working alongside Mr. Joshua Singer, the community garden specialist and only staff member. I thank you in advance for your financial support needed to continue the much needed work being done on behalf of the citizens of the District of Columbia.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Miss Patricia Wilson Ross, are you still here?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. What improvements do you want to see to the senior room at LaSalle? What would be in it? What would it look like for the senior room at LaSalle?
Well, we just wanted to meet the standards that were set for cleanliness and sanitation after COVID. I don't think it's been addressed prior to that. It probably requires, new furniture, of course, the curtains,
That's what I mean. You want some new couches, some recliner chairs, some curtains. What you talking? Tell me what you're envisioning here.
Furniture, definitely. The old furniture is cloth, so that seeps up bacteria and soilness, and so just a general table, or maybe like a conference table or something.
Okay.
We're really concerned about sanitation, and then we have some seating and stuff like that.
Okay, I got you.
And then somebody who is trained in, I guess the word is geriatric personnel.
Programming?
Yeah, programming and that.
Okay, to do that programming. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Was wanted to see you. You're Ward 4 council member, so I got to make sure. I need to know what the vision is so I can see where we are with funding to try to make some of these visions happen as well. Except Stanton Park, I haven't seen it in so long. I just realized I haven't been past there or driven past there. I don't know. I haven't seen it in the condition it's in. Is it, so it is a National Park Service park, and so we're looking at sort of a federal and local partnership there?
Exactly.
Okay.
And there are a couple avenues we understand, and that Franklin Park seems to be a model.
Right.
But this is much smaller. We're not talking, it's only 4 acres and it doesn't have any concessions or anything like
Gotcha.
that. So it's really pretty, and unfortunately, it's really the maintenance. They've just let it go, you know,
Yeah.
I mean, that playground is a mess. It's like broken, and I mean, I wouldn't let my kids do it now. I
Yeah,
mean,
we just took on our national, the Grant Circle over by in Ward 4, we just took the playground out because it was so bad and they hadn't maintained it. Luckily, I've been sort of down this road in the research because we have a bunch of National Park Service lands too in Ward 4 that are
I
in
understand
disrepair.
that, and that's.
So I'm trying to figure out, we're trying to figure out what that partnership looks like. Have you all already talked to Delegate Eleanor Holmes Norton's office at all for requests for funding as well?
No, we've talked to, Charles Allen, and he will cooperate with us, work with us on that piece
Okay.
as well. But we'd love to work with you too if you're brainstorming.
Me and
some of
Charles will
this.
work together. We
So,
work really well.
and he said, basically, we're waiting a little bit to get it all. So we've talked to everybody, and then we can come in with some of the ideas of how to
Okay.
do it, because it is going to have to be a cooperative relationship in that regard. And probably the city is going to need to have the funding
That's
to
right.
actually do it. The maintenance, probably not of the plants, that's something the
Right.
park has to do, but really to do it and to fix the playground. So,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, I'll work with Charles on it. I would say, reach out to Delegate Norton's office still. I think you all should send
Okay.
her a letter because she does a list of sort of funding requests in her role on federal government, and she gets sort of puts in requests for funding. And does get some of that funding made available to her for different parks. And their process a little bit earlier than I. So they'll be finalized in March. So quickly, as
Yeah,
quickly
they
as,
have to get their letter in.
that's right. So as
right.
quickly as you
That's
possibly
right.
can, please,
Okay.
you all, I would just say get a letter to Delegate Norton's office, see if we can get them in on it too, because they may be able to push some funding
Okay.
our way in some partnership. And just CC me and Charles on that.
Okay, thank
But
you.
it's on my radar now, so I'll be working and figuring out how we can do that. Commissioner Kaufman, thank you for your testimony. As you know, I also now have also disability rights as well, and we've been talking about ways in which we can expand their supports, especially under DPR. When you talk about adaptive recreation programming, what are some ideas for that type of programming? And then in addition to programming, we also need adaptive facilities. Dorothy Heights Elementary School that just got remodernized actually is an adaptive playground and play area that they put in as well. So just want to hear sort of what some of that programming looks like, because I think we can really just try to expand that throughout the portfolio.
For sure. And I think that's such a great question that really would be reflective of not just the input of organizations, nonprofit organizations working in the space, but also the data. And so, for instance, what adaptive programming looks like, for instance, with children who are neurodivergent, autistic, or have developmental disabilities might look a certain way. And some of that is kind of reflective of how the programming happens at the therapeutic summer camps. But adaptive programming, for instance, in an aquatic center would mean, utilizing equipment that's designed for smaller bodies. But I think that what it really requires is kind of digging into the data, identifying what pockets of different constituencies within the disability community we're serving, because it's not a monolith. And coming up with a variety of programming to meet the different needs, whether it's hearing and visual, mobility, developmental, cognitive, et cetera, et cetera.
Right. And I mean, that could be a part of they're supposed to submit plans to the Office of Disability Rights about their improvements. And so it could be they include that as a part of their response to ODR as a way to expand. So I think
And
this is.
Yeah, and
Go ahead.
Councilmember, I heard so many people testifying about pickleball. I think like the first 5 witnesses were talking about pickleball.
Yeah.
Perhaps like adaptive pickleball would be like a great thing for children.
Yeah.
But I think that you've seen, there is adaptive tennis that has worked really well as for children as well. I think there's a lot of creativity that can be employed. I think it's just about like kind of working with the community to meet the needs and the interests of the more than 5,000 children that currently don't have access to any programming right now.
Absolutely. Jorge, you talked about the thing that I'm interested in from DPR. Literally, I'm like, I need to understand transparently around how grants are given, why they're given in short spans, sort of what the consistency is across the board with these grants for programming. Right now, we just don't know. And I couldn't tell you as chair what it is. And so I'm hoping they will be transparent with us when we ask DPR this at when we talk to the government witnesses to get some real true answers. As we look at OST programming, sort of how do we, how do we meet the needs for our community and the ways it can improve youth outcomes here in the district?
So I'll say one thing is to really look at, the data helps. Comparing the needs assessment and then comparing just the gap in seats across different wards is one way to really tackle that.
Gotcha.
You're looking at wards 5, 7, and 8, and just the gap in seats. We were talking to Councilmember Felder yesterday about it's probably one of the greatest areas where it's like youth who are not accessing or can't access OST programs. And so the Universal OST Amendment Act aims specifically at that of like, how do you scale up, and how do you scale up equitably? And so that means that also including, to the commissioner's point of like, how do you include children with disabilities? How do you include language access so that OST programs can actually meet the needs of the populations they're serving?
Exactly.
And so that's one part of it. The second part of it would be to the funding is going to be necessary. That means thinking about revenue in the city of being able to scale up equitably within specific areas and then doing that throughout time. We're not asking for let's do it all right now. It's how do we do that in phases? But first, we just really need much more data, especially if we've got partners like DPR who want to fund that space. Great, let's work together to have data to show results and then also to be able to take that to budget season.
Yeah, I think that's right. And as we talk about having enough seats for students and looking at that equitably, that's something we're going to be exploring post oversight and budget season. Is sort of how do we ensure that across the board, because we're seeing those numbers differ in different areas. And the youth who are actually getting the slots and who are not getting the slots and what that actually looks like, and that impact is going to be important as well. My Ladera Garden folks, thank you so much for your testimony. You guys have shown up in big numbers. I already text Councilmember Felder. I was like, Ward 7 is big. You better get Ladera Park funded. So I'll just say thank you. I hear you. And I hear where you guys are, and I appreciate you also bringing in sort of the grocery shortage in Ward 7. I appreciate you bringing in, the community impact that this could have and should have, and it goes into equity and providing across the board. So I really enjoyed that, and I look forward to helping and supporting you all as best as we possibly can, truly. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we are going to go to our next panel. All right, Rachel Metz, Robert Hartman, Sabrithia Drain, Schuyler Dean, Sydney Hughes Turner, Svetlana Beturina, Tierra Fletcher, William Seymour, Zach Israel, and Sir Denver Rogers. All right. All right. First up, we have Rachel Metz. Hi. Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on Department of Parks and Recreation performance. I'm Rachel Metz, Data and Research Manager at DC Action. You just heard from my colleague Jorge Membrano about the lack of transparency specifically with the OST grants, and I'm here to talk about the need for more transparency from DPR. And I'm here to talk about the lack of transparency from DPR, but in OST more broadly. So thank you first for your support of OST investments and for co-introducing the Universal Out-of-School Time Amendment Act. To know what progress we're making towards that goal, we need more transparency about current capacity, and that starts with clear seat counts. For many years, when asked how many OST seats they operate, DPR provided a raw count, meaning that if there were 4 week-long sessions of 100 camp per camp, they counted it as 400 seats instead of the 100 seats available at any given moment. As a result, the best DPR seat counts are external, from the DC Policy Center parsing through DPR's administrative data to manually deduplicate the count as part of their needs assessment. When DPR was asked during last year's oversight how the 2022 numbers from the DC Policy Center needs assessment changed after a $3 million influx of additional funding, they said the number of families receiving reduced rate discounts on program registration grew by 184%. That definitely sounds like progress, but it doesn't actually tell us the real number of deduplicated seats, nor does it tell us whether there was an increase, how much of an increase there might have been by parents paying the non-discounted rate. So it's hard to know how much progress we're actually making towards being able to have enough OST seats for everyone. Speaking of unknowns, for many years, the budget book broke out lines for out-of-school time initiatives operated by DPR. The FY25 budget book, however, groups all site-based programs together, making it hard to clearly understand OST-related funding levels and year-over-year changes. DPR has worked really hard to create an online program registration system, which opens in like minutes. And our understanding is that they're coordinating with Learn24 and other agencies to create a unified OST database to streamline OST enrollment for families. A unified database across agencies could also allow for largely automated reporting on the number of OST seat counts, so that if a child is enrolled in a Learn24 funded camp in June, a DPR camp in July, and a new student academy funded by their charter in August, the district's OST ecosystem is still serving the one child, not 3, and a unified database could help get at that. We urge the committee to ask DPR about the status of this unified database effort, including whether it's being set up to allow for that type of critical analysis. Beyond that, I'm a data geek. I'm excited about the possibility of what we can do if we actually have that database and link it to the education data. We could evaluate whether enrollment in arts or music programs impacts school attendance, or whether participating in a middle school OST opportunity impacts high school graduation rate. This is really an exciting opportunity for the district to make more data-informed decisions, and they've built the foundation. We just need to take that next step. We really appreciate the work they've done to build the online registration system, and we hope that you'll encourage them to build on that groundwork and increase their transparency as one of the needed anchor partners in achieving the district's goal of out-of-school time access for all youth. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Robert Hartman. Okay. Sabrathia Drain. No. Schuyler Dean. All right. Sydney Hughes Turner.
Good morning.
Good morning.
George, and my neighbors and friends. I'm Denise Hughes Turner. I'm a Ward 4 resident. I'm also a volunteer, a seasonal worker, and a beekeeper at DPR Farm, Community Farms.
Wonderful.
There are 3 farms: Letter Farm in Ward 7, the Rooftop Farm in Ward 5, and Powell Community Farm in Ward 1. I have been a volunteer and worked as a seasonal worker at all 3 farms since 2022. As a volunteer and a community member, I want to invite you to visit all of these community farms and to see why people line up week after week for fresh vegetables from May until December. The farms only provide thousands The farms do not only provide thousands of pounds of fresh organic vegetables to hundreds of net residents in need, but we also provide a community space to learn how to grow healthy meals, make herbal medicines, learn how to grow food, connect to the community and others, shared meals and made with the veggies grown at the farm. We at Letterer, on our giveaway days on Wednesday, we usually make a community meal from the things that we grow on the farm. These farms would not be possible without Josh Singer, the DPR community farmer. Josh does 100% of these farms. As a volunteer and a seasonal worker, I have worked beside Josh on all 3 farms for 3 seasons, including in 90-degree weather at 2:00 in the afternoon, harvesting vegetables for the giveaway the next day. And yes, rain or shine means we work. And I've learned to build trellises, compost bins, irrigation systems, and propagate plants from branches. I have learned how to plant seeds, grow and harvest vegetables that I have never seen or eaten before. This has been a very eye-opening experience for me and the community that comes to this farm as enjoying learning about growing. Today, I want to speak to you about 2 needs the community farm program currently has: rebuilding our greenhouse and container building at Letter Farm and finding more staff to support the farm. I don't want to go over all of the stuff because you've heard it all. As a resident and as a person who's worked those farms in those 90-degree days when it's only been me and Josh, when I've been there on Fridays, Saturdays, when we've had to make special trips on Sundays to make sure that seedlings were brought over. We brought seedlings from DPR farm, DPR Water has a greenhouse. We transported seedlings for 4 farms from DPR Water all the way to Letterer Farm. So these are things that I personally can speak to and personally address. If you have any questions, I'll present my testimony, but I don't want to rehash everything. Everybody's gone.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we will hear from Svetlana.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
How are you?
Good.
Sorry, I can't figure my video. Yes, thank you. How are you? I am testifying regarding the Jollof Recreation Center in Ward 2. I haven't heard anybody testify, but I'm not sure if there's a theme or I can just say what I have.
Yeah, just say what you have.
Sure, thank you. Yes, I have 2 boys. I live in Ward 3, but we used Jollof Community Center for many, many years, probably 10 years. My boys played DPR league there, and also they have gone to some school activity, non-school activities when there was no DPC, public school holidays. So I know that it's been a long time, since 2019. I think it was the plans being designed to remodel the center, which is great. We welcome that. And I understand from the manager that it will happen finally sometime this spring or summer, and it will be closed for about 2 years. There is a big concern about what to do with the Girls and Boys Club that uses this building. And also from all of us parents who enjoy basketball, youth basketball, we are also concerned and no plans are being made to have this league play elsewhere. We have written to DPR. I have raised and others questions like this at all the community meetings we had, and we still have no answer to that. And I know the managers of the Boys and Girls Club and of the place itself are also in contact and will be testifying today. So I would just like to support their requests to accommodate all these activities that are happening in the center for years. And they are very helpful for youth because clearly they take time away from the screens and they support a healthy and joyful environment for kids. So I would like to be recorded on that topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next we have Tiara Fletcher. Tiara, I need you to accept the panelist promotion notification. So just put accept when you get a chance.
Hi, I believe I've accepted.
Yep, perfect. Thank you so much. Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning. Oh, is there more than one Tiara?
Nope, you may begin.
Okay, hi, this is Tiara Fletcher. Thank you for the opportunity to the council and all facilitators to speak today. I am a DPR volunteer parent and site president at the Rose Park Cooperative Play site location. I want to express my appreciation for the program and advocate for continued access, maintain offerings, and sustain funding for the co-op programs. Cooperative Play, for those who aren't familiar, is a program whereby a group of several parents have the opportunity to bring their kids for a play group from 9 to 12 p.m. During that time, one parent is a volunteer per day for the week. So it's an opportunity for kids to have access to play with other children and for parents to have an opportunity, oftentimes, to have a break. I am a mom of two. I currently have a daughter enrolled in the program who has participated 2 times. She is currently in the program, and in the coming year, I will have a son who is likely going to participate at the same site location. It's a beneficial program because we've had the opportunity to engage with a diverse group of nationalities, and it's an opportunity for the kids to play with like-aged children who are close in age band, but also to learn from each other for social emotional support, to learn co-play, simple things such as sharing, problem solving, and an opportunity to have independence without the parent. I am appreciative of the program because it gives them an opportunity to learn how to engage with authority figures, to have a structured day, be able to learn how to accommodate transitions in their day, have free play, and go through a structured day. For example, having circle time where they learn communication and language skills, early basic skills such as numbers and letters, seated play and patience, and things as fun as outdoor play where they enhance their gross motor and fine motor skills. And even simple things as hand hygiene before snack. I think this is an excellent opportunity to prep for school based on learning that structure. Oh, I'm still here.
Yeah, you're good.
I lost my notes.
All good.
And I was just trying to check my time. Some aspects of the facilities are a dedicated top playground at the Rose Park location. I want to encourage the continued maintenance of that space, including the removal of trash and debris. And there's also a dedicated indoor play space with storage for crafts and other activities that help them to develop their creativity and fine motor skills. We found the facilities to be very responsive when we've had issue, and I especially want to emphasize that it has some superior staff. I particularly choose this location again because of the personnel that's there and the standards and high expectations that they have for managing time and caring for the wellness and needs of the children there. So far, the staff has been communicative and available, and we have enjoyed the opportunity to do excursions in the past, particularly gymnastics, which I do hope that they might have the opportunity to engage that in the program again. They've had it in the past, and if it's ever an opportunity again, that was phenomenal for my daughter, and she's still been able to continue to engage in gymnastics now. And I would like to thank you all for my time. I do again want to reiterate, but I would love to see the continued funding and support of this program because it's an excellent opportunity for parents to have a place for their children to play in a safe space with other children and to engage in community and learn from each other, where we all help to care for children in our community by volunteering once a week to help support the children in their play. So thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from William Seymour.
My name is Andy Seymour. I live at 423 4th Street Northeast. I'm here today to raise awareness with the committee as to the deteriorating conditions at Stanton Park. Community residents have established a volunteer initiative to revitalize Stanton Park. Our goal is to have our elected officials and the National Park Service fund a plan to revitalize the park. As of today, we have 311 petition signatures supporting that, with more to come. My written testimony details the issues and our specific recommendations and the benefits that will result. What I'd like to do in the remaining time is read two statements from younger members of our team who are not able to join us today, so you can hear it in their own words. From Haley, a working mother of two small children, says, Stanton Park is a Capitol Hill gym. It isn't just a park for those of us that call Capitol Hill home. It's where we host birthdays, teach our children how to ride a bicycle, gather for play dates where our kids can play safely while parents enjoy an uninterrupted cup of coffee and talk. In the bustling city, Stanton Park represents the vital role urban green spaces play in our community life and our love of this great city. Anne, a working mother with a young daughter, says, we've called this neighborhood home for the past 9 years. Throughout these years, Stanton Park has played a special role in our lives, from watching our daughter grow up on the playground to enjoying leisurely walks around the park with our dog, and even learning to ride a bike around the iconic statue of Nathaniel Greene. The park has always been more than just a green space for us. It's where we've met neighbors, greeted visitors to DC, and celebrated the beauty of the city and cherry blossoms in the spring. But sadly, the condition of the park has deteriorated, and we know we're not alone in wanting to preserve and enhance this park that means so much to so many people. That's why we are committed to the effort to revive Stanton Park, to ensure that future generations can enjoy it as we have, to bring new life to a beloved hub. So I'll conclude with this. To summarize, we are committed to this initiative because we know when completed, it will be a win, win, win. It would be a win for the National Park Service, with a park that would be more sustainable, inviting, and offer new opportunities for community engagement. It will be a win for our neighbors and businesses in a more inviting, safer, year-round space for social gatherings, healthfulness, and even quiet reflection. And most significantly, it will be a win for our city, with a renewed space that can be enjoyed by all that live and visit this great place. So thank you, and we look forward to working with you on securing your support.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Rachel, I want to come to you first. You noted that DPR's reported OST seat counts have historically sort of been duplicated, making it sort of difficult to track actual capacity. What specific steps should DPR take to ensure more accurate and transparent reporting of unduplicated OST participation moving forward?
So I think they've already done a lot of the work by having an online registration system, because before they just knew this is how many seats we have and how many sessions, and they didn't have a unique student identifier to track which students were in those. So I think because they now have the ability to do that with the online registration, they should be able to at this point. I don't know how they have their database set up, so it's hard to know how to do the query, but they now have the fundamental information that they need to be able to do it, whereas before they didn't.
Gotcha. And I think you highlighted the potential of a unified OST enrollment database, sort of that would provide that sort of more meaningful data and program impact. What challenge or barriers have you observed in DPR's efforts to integrate this system, and what will be the most critical next steps to ensure its successful implementation?
That's a great question, and I would recommend asking that to DPR.
Yes.
My understanding is that because they've done a lot of work to build up their own system, that they don't want to like reinvent the wheel,
Okay.
but that they have been working with the Learn24 office and OSSI to try to make those linkages. And I don't know what the stumbling blocks have been, because that's like one database person talking to another. It's not a public meeting.
Got it. Thank you. I appreciate that. Ms. Hughes Turner, I wanted to ask you, so you also volunteer with Mr. Singer as well?
Yes.
Okay. And about like, how many hours are you all putting in of time to do what
Okay, so
I hope
the-
y'all driving electric cars. But if not, I mean, that's a lot
No.
of gas too. I'm just saying that's a lot of gas you putting into.
It is.
And so,
The biggest farm is Letterer. I live close to Powell off of 16th Street. I live in Crestwood. So that's the easier farm for us. Letterer, because it's the hub for everything.
that's right.
Where we grow, where we have all our events at, where our chefs come. The other farms are a little bit too small to hold the
Yeah.
capacity of Letterer. But it's the not having, we have tons, like our volunteers are so committed to, we do a giveaway every month, including December and January. They are there.
Wow.
Josh, me, and the volunteers. We need someone with labor. We have a lot of senior volunteers, and they are amazing.
Gotcha.
But we need strength.
Okay.
We need people who know a little bit more about farming. It's okay to have an idea of how to plant a garden. But it's a whole nother thing when you got to put in irrigation lines. And when you have to build trellises to hold about 150 tomato plants.
Gotcha.
And the greenhouse is the main hub for DC Mutual Apothecary grew seedlings and gave them away. The community farms come and we were giving them away. We have other DPR community farms that we also grow the seedlings.
Gotcha.
So last year was quite challenging. We did use other people. We have one greenhouse also at Twin Oaks on 14th and I think it's Taylor, but it's a small greenhouse. So we've already started in the greenhouse last week, planting our seedlings in order to keep up with the season, because planting starts in February and it does not stop. We plant all summer long to keep up. We do what's called succession planting. So when something comes out the ground, something's going in the ground. That allows us to feed more people. It allows us to put more things out into the community so that they can grow their own vegetables in their yards.
Yeah.
And it just gives them a better understanding of what growing and farming is. Because Letterer has an apiary there. We also have the storage, the green building is what I call it. The container building where they were holding classes and doing all those things, but with no heating and air conditioning, we've been limited on what we can do for the residents because we have no space, especially when it's 90 degrees outside or when it's 10 degrees outside for those people to be able to wait to get the vegetables.
Yeah.
So it's just an overall restoration of that whole site would be amazing, but the greenhouse and the container building would open up a lot of possibilities for not just Ward 7, but 1, all the other people that use the other farms, they all come to Letterer because if you've never been to Letterer, walking in that gate for me the very first time was like walking into a Garden of Eden because I had never seen so much food grown in one place in a city.
Thank you so much for that. I haven't been there, but I'm looking forward to coming. Can't wait. I already put that in the group chat to my team. Like, we're going to Letterer. I have been to Powell, and I did put funding actually in 14th and Taylor last budget as well to support them. So I'm looking forward to that as well. And I appreciate the work you are doing and hope to be able to continue to support you all. Thank you, Andy, for your testimony on it. I've been texting with Councilmember Allen already, so we're going to come up with some type of action plan as a team. That's our hope as well. Let me see. Svetlana, you testified about Jelif. Is she still here? I don't see her anymore. Okay. And Ms. Fletcher, you testified about programming as well. And your ask is just essentially to see that programming continue.
Yes, I wanted to express my appreciation for it and the value and how significant of an asset and resource it is for my family.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing that testimony. We are going to move on to the next panel. We have Zach Israel, Trupti Patel, Commissioner ANC 2A, Kishan Puta, Commissioner ANC 2E, Laura Finizzi, Commissioner ANC 34G 04, Paula Edwards, Commissioner ANC SMD 4A, and Daniel Zhang, Commissioner ANC 4B on 09. We're going to start with Zachary Israel, who used to be a commissioner, so it's great that you're in this lineup with commissioners. Kick it off for us, please.
Yes. Good morning, Chairperson Lewis George. Great to be with you here. Thank you for holding this public hearing today. As you mentioned, I am a former ANC commissioner in the Great Ward 4, proud Washingtonian and Petworth resident. And a lot of my testimony, which I submitted not too long ago, I don't think it's uploaded in the online system, but hopefully it will soon, because there's some really good images I have in the appendix of that are relevant, and you'll see why. But I testified on December 4th, 2024, when Councilmember Fruman was still the chair of the then Subcommittee on Recreation and Community Affairs, and he held a public roundtable on the District of Columbia's parks and opportunities for collaboration with the National Park Service. And that's sort of the main focus of what I want to talk to you about today. So while the district, it looks like someone's not on mute. It looks like Tiara Fletcher's not on mute. So.
Yeah, we're working on.
Oh, okay. There we go. Okay. So I was going to say, while the district has been rated as having the nation's best big city park system over the past 4 consecutive years by the Trust for Public Land, the 5 factors utilized for their evaluation, like park access, park equity, park acreage, park investment, park amenities, miss some major structural and systemic issues that are unique to DC and which have some real life negative impacts to those who call DC home. The reality is that the National Park Service, a federal agency which is wholly unaccountable to district residents and elected officials, owns the overwhelming majority of public park space in DC, approximately 90%. And because of our lack of statehood and status as the nation's capital, NPS is responsible for managing and maintaining dozens of local parks in predominantly residential neighborhoods across all 8 wards, especially in our Ward 4. However, maintenance of local parks in a major city like the district is ultimately not part of the mission of NPS, and the results speak for themselves. To give you just one example, and you mentioned this earlier in testimony from a witness, in Petworth, we used to have a lovely small playground on NPS Reservation 312I is what it's formerly known as, which is where that playground used to be immediately north of Grant Circle Park. And it was there for over 20 years. And as you know, over 2 years ago, January 2023, the leadership of Rock Creek Park chose to tear down this beloved playground structure due to the fact that the wood material had never been maintained by NPS over its entire lifespan and had become slightly unstable. And I know you were there when I was still a commissioner. My last couple of weeks as a commissioner, we had Brian Joyner attend sort of a site visit, who's now the superintendent of Rock Creek Park. And when I asked him whether there was any way or plan for NPS to replace the play structure with a new one, he seemed surprised. He rattled off a bunch of reasons why it would be difficult, if not impossible, to make happen. And it was clear to me at that point that investing in a local playground on NPS-managed land in Petworth was not going to be a priority for the leadership of Rock Creek Park. Fast forward over 2 years since that site visit, and we still don't have a playground on this parcel of NPS land. Instead, we have a bunch of outdoor toys donated by families, but it doesn't have to be this way. And I'll show you, this is sort of this is in my testimony, this is the current condition of the NPS land, and it's literally, a pit in the ground. My toddlers and their friends have been injured in this space because they've tripping hazards. And it's just not something that should exist in the year 2025 in any neighborhood in DC, let alone in Ward 4. Another gem in Petworth, as you know, Sherman Circle Park, or Reservation 369, can also use some additional love and care by NPS. Much of the concrete walkway within the interior of the park is falling apart, causing numerous flooding and tripping hazards for residents who recreate there. Again, in my testimony, I have some photos of every time it rains, all of the flooding that occurs. I reached out to NPS years ago when I was a commissioner. They said, oh, we'll get to it maybe in 3-4 years funding cycles, maybe if we have money, like who knows. Again, they're not accountable to us. So Superintendent Joyner is a very nice gentleman, but ultimately, and a Ward 4 resident, but again, he's not really accountable to any of us formally speaking. And to date, none of those walkways in Sherman Circle Park have been fixed. And I know later on today, someone from GW's Center for Global Center for Prevention and Wellness will testify, and they issued a great report in 2023 that highlights all of this. I definitely encourage you and your staff to take a look at that. And the good news here, though, is there are tangible steps that the district government and NPS could take together to make conditions better in these public spaces. The biggest and most significant one would be the transfer of ownership and or management of many of these NPS-owned local parks from NPS to the district government, ideally through DPR. There's a federal statute already in the books going back to 1932, allowing this to occur. There's another one from 2014, allowing the district and NPS to enter into cooperative management agreements, which is what happened with Franklin Park downtown. And I've spoken to Congresswoman Norton's staff about this issue, and they made it very clear that in order for this to happen, the executive, i.e. the mayor, needs to formally go to NPS to make these requests. And so really it's incumbent on Mayor Bowser and the director of DPR, if they're serious about this, to use existing federal law to request administrative jurisdictional transfer of the Grand Circle Playground and other parcels throughout the city to DPR's management. Not necessarily ownership, but management. That's how we get a playground at Grand Circle Park. And so I'll end just by saying that this is within our power to do. The roundtable Councilmember Freeman had in December, I definitely looked through the testimony submitted there. A lot of experts talked about it. While we need sort of a whole-scale look throughout the whole city, that should not mean that we do nothing for years and years and years if we can identify local parks under NPS management that DPR could handle. But we just need DPR and the mayor to be willing to do that. And in this very challenging federal environment right now in DC, this is one of the few bright spots I maybe see in terms of the feds actually working with district government in a positive way. I think the Trump National Park Service might actually be willing to do this, but they're not going to do it if the executive and DPR don't ask for it. So that's where I asked for you and Councilmember Allen. I heard the previous witness from Ward 6. We can get this done and make things better. So I'll stop there. Thank you so much. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. We're actually going to go to Sir Denver Rogers because he was on the last panel and I missed him. And then Trupti, I'm coming to you. Thank you so much for your patience there.
Hello. Hello. Hi. My name is Sir Denver Rogers, and I would like to come on here and express my appreciation to the awesome work done by DPR. They have consistently gone above and beyond to ensure that I have one of a kind experience each time. And every time I enter one of these facilities, they such as myself a fun and safe space to enjoy the many activities that they provide every Friday during the summertime. The fun wagon and skateboard are always a hit. When they come to the recs after school, I'm able to go to the rec center and get help with my homework. The staff at the facilities make sure that I'm receiving the best service possible while I'm there. They're always there to lend a hand and give me a sound advice. I'm always had numerous opportunities to shadow deputy executives as well as the director, which has been inspiring for my future. I have gained new skills by participating in the awesome programs that they offer. Being That's My DJ, where you learn basic skills for DJing, skills and drills, which focus on improving your basketball skills, chicken and waffles, which as a mentor group of my peers, where we meet once a week and discuss our day to day and other things that be on our mind. In the summertime, I get to work under the roving leaders as a junior roving leader, which makes having a fun summer job all worth it. I get I get I get to work in a fun and loving environment where I have the opportunity to learn and grow and interact with the community on a daily basis. I am grateful for DPR and the many ways they continue to add in my success. Keep up the great work. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Sorry you have to go after that, Trupti, that level of cuteness there. Good morning. You can begin your testimony.
And if I may take a little bit of privilege, I do not mind being shoved to the side and being told that somebody else excelled. I believe young Mr. Rogers is going to be a future council member.
That's
For
right.
DC. So if anybody has any doubt, let me claim it and put it out into the universe. I think this young gentleman is going to be a fantastic leader for the future.
Yeah.
So I have no problem going after him. Just know I'm sorry to everybody that yes, you don't get to stare at the cuteness that was young Mr. Rogers anymore, and you'll now have to deal with me. And so good job, Mom. So I just wanted to say thank you so very much. I think it was a pleasure to have someone of his caliber and his age speak so eloquently to all of us. So thank you. All right, Councilwoman George, I will go ahead and start my testimony. So good afternoon, Chairperson Lewis George. Thank you for holding this hearing so that I can enter my comments for the record. My name is Trupti Patel and I represent Single Member District 2A03, which is the historic Foggy Bottom. I am the Chairperson Emeritus for ANC2A, and I'm here to testify about the experience that ANC2A has had with the Department of Parks and Recreation. There has been a long delayed park in ANC2A. That site is at the corner of 26th and K Street Northwest, but it is called 26th and I Street, and it has been fraught with distrust. The funding was actually won by former Ward 2 Councilmember Jack Evans. The project was delayed due to COVID-19, which was understandable. The project was announced in the summer of 2023 with a budget of $1 million. After much community engagement, everyone fell in love with the vision of a park flip that was expanded. ANC2A passed a resolution of support for this vision in 2023. Then in the spring of 2024, DPR informed the community that the project was to be delayed by another year. The reason for this delay is that the contractor hired for the project went bankrupt. DPR stated that funds were spent, but no one knows to this day how much of that money was spent of the $1 million. Then ANC2A was informed that we were lucky that we were still going to get a park within budget, but it was not going to be the dream park. So after learning that the community was rightfully angry, the way DPR has engaged with the community has been insulting and condescending to the community. The community has been lied to by DPR. They blamed DDOT's Urban Forestry Division, only to then have DDOT say, no, we approved the plan for the dream park. It ain't on us. You can talk to Councilmember Charles Allen about that one. That was special, Councilwoman. So in a nutshell, when I'm told it's not unusual, that sister agencies all try to blame each other so that no one knows why the park is shaping out the way it is. Everybody's finger pointing. So they're doing this between DGS, DPR, and DDOT's Urban Forestry Division. At the community meeting held last week on Thursday, February 6, 2025, when residents asked about the money, there was a visceral pushback to that question. In fact, Commissioner Malek pushed back when DPR representative point blank stated, "You're going to have to trust us." That didn't settle well with me at all, Councilwoman. I was pretty much very, very angry. And the DPR representative went on to say the project is only $1 million and they do such bigger projects. Well, this little project is a big deal, and that it is my tax dollars that is paying for this park. The tone deaf and insensitivity of this agency on a project that they botched up left a bad taste in everyone's mouth. The mismanagement of funds is not the community's fault. DPR should not be above the community. DPR exists to serve the community. In this case, accountability is a must. I have questions, and if you could pose them and get answers for ANSI 2A, it would be appreciated. So, number one, how much of the $1 million was misspent? Number two, why did DPR present a plan to the community that it couldn't execute? Number three, DPR needs to, from their own budget, make the park budget whole. After all, it was their mismanagement that has caused the delay, etc. So that they should give it to the park project. I'm using this hearing as a way to hold DPR accountable and to have them all address stakeholders. Thank you, and I'm prepared to address questions to the best of my ability. And Chairperson Lewis George, my colleague, Commissioner Ed Comer, who houses the park, it's in his SMD, submitted his testimony. For the record. Okay. I will be submitting mine, but he has questions that he would also like for you to ask when you get Director Thomas before your roundtable.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Commissioner Kishan Puta.
Councilmember Lewis George, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
It's great to see you, and congrats again.
Thank you.
Well, Councilmember Lewis George, Chairwoman, I am an ANC commissioner in 2E, but I'm not here to ask for any money, actually. I'm here to ask the city to spend the money that's already been allocated for long-awaited projects. In fact, there's one organization that I'm on the board of that can actually offer funding to DPR on another project. But back to my ANC work, I was elected in this neighborhood in 2018. And so this is the 7th year in a row that I've testified to this council about two projects in right in my neighborhood, the Jelliff Recreation Center and Duke Ellington Playing Field. Jelliff has been fully funded since FY21. Ellington, fully funded since FY20. Every year this money gets rolled over and we still haven't seen either project. On Jelliff, let me just address the other constituent, Svetlana, who spoke earlier, who testified. We want to let you know, Councilmember Lewis George, we are working on a temporary location for the Boys and Girls Club after school program, which is very important in general and to me. I'll share with you that Duke Ellington School has generously offered to try to host it, and we are making forward progress with Councilmember Pinto. So you can ask her about that too. On the basketball league, we're talking to Hardy Middle School, and we're happy to work with you and Councilmembers Pinto and Fruman to see if we can get space for the basketball league. By the way, you'll also hear from us in other hearings about Hardy's needs for improvements in classrooms. They're funded for a cafeteria, but they need classrooms too. Back to Jelliff. The last meeting held was last May. The builder was finally awarded recently and construction's to start this summer, but we need a public meeting ASAP to discuss the construction process. Could you please ask them to schedule that public meeting as soon as possible, hopefully by March? As you know, the private Murray School has another 10-year lease at Jelliff, renewed over the community's objections. But they're finishing another field up at Utah Avenue, as you may know. They promised to leave Jelliff once their lease is done. Could you please, the Jelliff lease, once that building is done, could you please remind them of this so public schools like Hardy can use the public field right across the street from them and the after school hours? Duke Ellington Field. It can help Hardy, but it can also help MacArthur High School and many more schools. There's so much demand for fields here, and we've been waiting and waiting for this project. There have been multiple meetings. DPR says they're ready to build it, but it's stuck in permitting. Can someone please, I think you might be able to check with on permitting to find out why it's taking so long on permitting. And Volta Park, a little field there project, is also been stuck in permitting for months and months. They keep delaying the timeline. But let me get some thank yous because we do love DPR and appreciate them. On Stead Park, it's a beautiful field. There's a Friends of Stead Park that I'm on. We have a lot of money. We're lucky to have it from an endowment. We were already spending money on DPR programs like a girls leadership program. But we need, for our own programming, for the permitting to be easier. And I hope that they will see us as good partners, even if we're not official park partners for legal reasons. We are spending money for them, and we hope that they'll make permitting a little easier. I want to thank them for all their swimming pools, indoor and outdoor. We have more per person than any place I know, and they're all free. But I'll say the Wilson Aquatic Center, the hot tub is always broken. And in these winter months, it would have been really useful. Can they please try to make sure it's not offline so much? More thank yous. Summer camp registration started 5 minutes ago. And thank you for listening, DPR. We advocated for a decade to make sure that you would make registration more fair so parents wouldn't have to be online at 12 noon because most of the spots would fill up by 1 o'clock. Now it's a fair lottery distribution like DCPS has, and we appreciate that. Thank you for listening. Thank you also for the fun days. Today is a school holiday for DCPS, but a lot of kids are at rec centers today for very cheap, if not free, programming and daycare and childcare and enrichment, and that is really good. We need much more of it. I know you know that. I know Councilmember Freeman knows that. Out of school time, we need more of it. If you, the more you do, more you can provide that. It's smart money spent. More parents will be able to work. Our economy will be better. Our taxpayers and tax rolls will increase. Simple investments like that will go a long way. Please have more of those fun days and out of school time. And thank you for listening. I will take this phone to go pick up my son from his fun day now. But if you have a question, I can talk now or later. And thank you to Candace and Sebastian as well.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Commissioner. Next, we're going to hear from Laura Finizzi, Commissioner ANC 34G. Here we go. Good afternoon, Laura. You may begin your testimony.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. I work in a school and I had something to come up. My name is Laura Finizzi, and I am the AMC 34G Single Member District Commissioner for the area that includes Lafayette Park and Rec Center. And I would like to talk about some of the issues that are kind of smaller and related to specific things at the park, as well as some larger procedural issues and some that seem to be citywide. Can you just confirm the amount of time I have so that I can't?
Yep, you're a commissioner, so you get 5 minutes.
Okay. All right. I will try to be quick, but that's great. Okay. So Lafayette Park is really the jewel of our neighborhood. It's a wonderful natural space, and the students and adults can all meet there. Especially during COVID, it was a real oasis for our families, but it's not been maintained adequately and staffed adequately. And that's a problem. So the couple of issues that we have most pressing, number one is bathrooms. When the rec center was redone about 7 years ago, we had one toilet for each gender, and we asked for 2. So now we have 4 toilets, and there is like a separate doorway between the main part of the rec center and the outside, deliberately built so that the bathrooms could be accessible when the rec center was not open. But those bathrooms are only being opened during rec center hours, which unfortunately do not include early mornings, evenings, or weekends. And until a few months ago, we had a neighborhood-sponsored porta potty behind the $4 million rec center to allow people to use the bathroom. And we shouldn't be in the business of having to have a porta potty at a $4 million building. So we need those open, especially on weekends, but early mornings would be great too, as we have a lot of tennis folks starting early. The multi-purpose room at the rec center, that was the second priority for the community, was to have a space where we could have birthday parties, and meetings. And again, it's not open the days and hours that we need it. It's not being open on the weekends, which are prime times for birthday parties. It's also not open late enough in the evenings. We have an aftercare program that is there until 6. Then the next slot that DPR allows to book is 6:30, but they're closing the building at 8. So that only gives a 1-hour slot each night. And so as a result, people aren't really booking it because it's not long enough for events. And I believe even the council member has tried to find that, it's hard to get into those spaces. The lights around the upper walkway haven't been fixed. They've been off for 7 years. They're non-functional. And the rehab of the upper field is also not happened. But more alarming, I think, than these, which are not great, is the refusal of DPR to engage with our community after October 2023, when it decided unilaterally to have a major erosion project and turf of the baseball field below, without engagement from our community. They have refused to meet with ANC commissioners, with the park group, with the neighborhood, except when supervised by DGS. One meeting was at Lafayette Elementary School. That was in person, but since then they have refused to do in person. They will do virtual only. No speakers are allowed to make comments. They will not take all the questions from the chat. They have posted things just recently. Last week, I found something on the DPR website indicating changes to this massive erosion project that were never discussed or shared with the community. And then that gives me to the larger picture, which is that DPR really seems to be demolishing our grass fields across the city, certainly at Lafayette, by neglect. If you go back to 2012, when Derek Schultz was head of grounds maintenance, you will find that the DPR used to do fertilization, aerating, reseeding, sprigging, resodding when needed. They watered, they mowed, they edged, they replaced diamond mix infields. Now DPR has taken mention of all of those good sports fields practices off of their website. They say that for Lafayette Field, for example, they will only mow and they will edge. They will not fertilize. They will not aerate. They will not reseed. They will not change the diamond mix. And they don't know where the watering system is, even though DC installed it. DPR is no longer issuing heat warnings for artificial turf fields. They're claiming grass is more expensive, but they're refusing to talk with innovative grass contractors who have come up with some real new solutions. And in cases like our area, where our community has specifically and persistently requested grass, they're not following their own sustainable 2.0 policy, which says in its health goal 1.3, to design parks, open spaces, and recreational facilities to reflect the resident preferences and culture of the local population. I have found some very lucrative contracts from DGS and DPR that indicate a financial benefit to certain contractors for turf fields. I see my time is up, so I'm going to stop, but I'm happy to take questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Next, we'll hear from Daniel Zhang, Commissioner ANC for BO9.
Okay, Commissioner is not here. Okay, thank you. I was gonna say Commissioner Zach Israel. Good to see you. Thank you for your testimony. I agree that the district government needs to do more engagement with NPS, so all this federal land in our neighborhoods can better benefit our communities. I'll speak to the chairman's office and the mayor's office as well, and to figure out in DPR about district, what we can do about a district NPS task force dedicated to resolving these jurisdictional issues and activating these neighborhood parks, and get some follow up there. I know you've done some work in advocating on to the Hill, specifically to Congresswoman Ellen Holmes Norton. What has been your feedback is just in order for Congresswoman Norton to make any motion, she just needs to hear from the mayor's office and NPS, or just the mayor's office and DPR?
Yeah, so great question. So, I mean, reading between the lines in my conversation with the staff in Congressman Norton's office, it's pretty clear that they need direction from the mayor and a willingness from the executive to pursue this, that they're not going to do that with NPS unless they get the green light from the mayor.
Okay.
And so that's what really has to happen. And DPR, this performance oversight hearing for DPR is going to be inherent to that process.
Got it. Okay. And do you have any other suggestions, sort of, because now we're hearing a number of projects. We also heard from testimony from Stanton Park. Ward 4 has a large amount of NPS land. Just moving forward, I know you have some federal background and understanding because of the work you do. How quickly do we need to get the ball rolling if we wanted to have, in making funding requests to the federal government?
Yeah, I mean, my attitude would be, sooner rather than later. And just because there's so much federal land, it can seem sort of overwhelming, like that we can't do anything. I think that we should prioritize, and within each ward, identify 1, 2, 3 parcels that are tangible, small scale, that can be done. And like the Grant Circle Playground is one, for example, that's like much smaller than Grant Circle Park or Sherman Circle Park, that's tangible. And let's replicate that throughout the city. And I think, I hope DPR's reaction is, well, we already have so much stuff in our portfolio, we can't tackle this too. But honestly, like that should not be an excuse in this environment. We have some real opportunity here. So Petworth, we had a playground there for a long time. There's so many young families in our neighborhood that would benefit from this. Let's try to get it done.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you so much for your testimony and your expertise there. And let's stay in conversation as we strategize around this work, given your federal work background and understanding. Would be appreciative of the committee in that regard. First, I want to just say to Sir Denver Rogers, thank you so much for your testimony and your advocacy. Really appreciate it. And what is your favorite thing to do at a DPR center?
I like all the programs we have. I have a program, like the piano program. I like that.
Piano?
Yeah, and chicken and waffles with
okay,
my mentor Gliss, and that's my DJ with Stacks.
Got it. Awesome.
And one more, and I want to shout out to Danielle Hunter.
Okay.
That's it. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your advocacy, especially on today when you're supposed to be a day off, and look at you doing a day on by advocating. Really appreciate it. And really proud of you, and continue to do good things. Listen to your parents and parentals and teachers, and do good in school.
Thank you.
All right. Yes. All right. Trubji, coming to you. So basically, we have a few questions to DPR about 26th and I Park that we just have outstanding that we need to get answers to. And
yes, Councilwoman.
And thus far, what has been your response to getting answers to those questions?
They have been met with silence.
Okay.
when we testified in Councilmember Charles Allen's hearing on DDOT over performance oversight, we talked about the urban forestry division study that was done. And during that Q&A session, somebody sent us the study, but it was the wrong study. To this date, we still haven't gotten the actual study. Oh, no, we did. Well, after we put pressure in a hearing. So apparently it has to come to you or a council member that we only get answers. Other than that, we're met with insensitivity.
Okay. We're gonna ask those questions to DPR, see if we can get on record to sort of support there. And you said there was another commissioner who was submitting written testimony.
Yes, Councilwoman, he's already submitted it. It is Commissioner Ed Comer of Single Member District 2804, and he submitted his testimony. He has questions that he wanted you to ask Director Thomas when she comes before you.
Freeman. Okay, got it. I will pull from there.
Thank you.
Kishan, are you still here? Oh, I know you.
Yes, I am.
I know you're on the move. Now I'm joining you. What it means to parent and work at the same time.
Right.
Give me some advice on that balancing. It looks like looks like no sleep. So that's what it feels.
You know that.
Want to ask you. So Jelliff, we visited. So Jelliff was fully funded in fiscal year 21, right? Okay. And so I'm confused if it's funded in fiscal year 21, like how is this, how are we, the last meeting, my understanding is it was May of 2024.
Yeah.
And then what was the
they took forever on procurement of the builder. We just kept waiting and waiting and waiting. And so now they say construction will be this summer. But I mean that's good, but we should have another meeting to confirm everything, keep them on schedule. We don't want the schedule to slip anymore.
Got it. So the community meeting you want is not a community, because I don't want it to be if it goes back to design, I feel like they're going to be like, well, they asked for some more different designs and they're going to procure a different person. I hope you all are settled on the design. That's my hope.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
Okay, great. Design is settled. So the community meeting you all are asking for particularly is just a community meeting for them to walk through the timeline, the construction timeline. So that community can have fair expectations of that.
Yes.
And then did you all talk about already sort of during the construction, because Jelliff is one of our, as you know, probably number one as far as summer programming. You have large numbers. Remember, we worked with DGS and DPR last summer.
Thank you.
And they actually put those air conditioners in the windows because of that, which we really appreciate from both agencies. Do you know if when construction starts, that'll impact programming at Jelliff?
It's thank you for reminding me. We were trying to make sure the after school program for the fall would work, but you're right. So many kids go there for the summer.
Right, it's our top summer program.
Yes, indeed. Yes, it's huge, and they let in way more than than they needed to because they want to, and now they had the gym thanks to you. Thank you again. But we have not. If they are shutting down for the summer, and they say they are, then we have not found an alternate location for it. Yeah, we've been working on that after school program next fall, and Duke Ellington should be able to help. I think we have asked them about the summer camp. I don't know that we have an answer on that. And it would be good. I mean, the swimming pool is also popular. It'd be a shame to shut it down, but
that's right.
We do have to get this project going. The field at the very least, they might be able to keep open here and there, but Murray still has it. So there's that other question. If you ever talk to Murray, ask him when are they going to leave Jelliff, please.
Okay, we'll do. So follow up is just really trying to get this public meeting just to go through the timelines and plans would be necessary. And I heard you on the other points, but I just wanted to make sure
no worries.
We get some bottom line there. And then we talked about Duke Ellington Field.
Right. We need it's stuck in permitting.
And that's the one that's stuck in permitting.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll do some follow up there. I'm not sure.
Thank you.
I'm not sure what that means since we're the government that permits.
Exactly.
But I'll find out what that means. So We'll work on.
Yeah, please do, and please let
Got
us
it.
know what they say in general, because we don't know as commissioners,
What it means.
why it would delay so long. You're in control of those permits, so
Yeah.
yes,
Okay.
thank you very
Thank you.
much.
Will do. And I thank you for submitting your written testimony. So we'll go through that and have some follow-up. So just listen in during the government witness hearing.
I will.
See if we
I
can
will.
get what we can get on record.
Appreciate you.
Commissioner Finizzi, I heard you. So we're asking about open bathrooms outside of rec center hours. Ask about the open multipurpose room to be open outside of rec center hours. You're right. There's that 1 hour slot. I wanted to have more community meetings there, but I'm unable to do that because of the hours currently. So trying to expand that. I didn't realize the lights have been out for so long, 7 years in the upper walkway is what you were saying, is the lights have been out for about 7 years.
Yes.
Okay.
The school was redone, maybe even longer now. The school renovation, no, I guess it's 9 years, sorry. The school renovation, they were supposed to be redone then with downlit fixtures consistent with fixtures in the rest of the school, and then they decided not to do it, and they've never done it since. So we don't want bright lights, but there needs to be some lighting, and they have nice downlit, dark sky compliant fixtures in the parking lot, and something like that would be great, but there are only between the 33rd Street and the rec center is there lighting, but it's globe lighting, which is light polluting.
Got it. I have a section for the government witnesses on Ward 4 issues, and you know that that is going to be a large amount of questions really about what we feel and you feel and I feel both on the unacceptable level of community engagement, because it's really not engagement. And we asked about this practice in our pre-hearing questions, and so we'll be following up with DPR next week. But what's interesting today during some of the other testimony from other wards, the same sort of idea that community engagement is like presenting their plan and first versus hearing community and then presenting a plan after that and then getting feedback. So following up on what is a pattern of trying to get community engagement to be actual community engagement versus telling versus actually engaging and accepting some of that feedback. And the erosion on the erosion project, Lafayette project, those are all things that DGS also has to step up the plate on as well, and we'll address during their hearing. So thank you to this group of panel witnesses. Please submit your testimony in writing so that we can gather those questions for the government witnesses portion of the hearing and listen in and see if we can get some of those answers on the record. I'm told Daniel Jong, you joined. I'll let you go now just so we can move to the next panel. Oh, Danielle, Commissioner. All right, I'll start calling the next panel and hopefully Danielle will join. Okay, our next panel is Danielle Jong, Commissioner, ANC 4B09. Kyle Gardner, Commissioner, ANC 5E01. Ashley Ruff, Commissioner, ANC 7F02. Patricia Stamper, Commissioner, ANC 7C06. Salim Adolfo, Commissioner, ANC 8C. And Will Crane, Vice President of the Foggy Bottom Association of Board of Directors. All right. Good afternoon. Danielle, you are up first. Thank you so much for being here, and you may begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, Councilmember. Thank you so much for the flexibility. I appreciate it. Just wanted to testify in support of the Riggs LaSalle Recreation Center in the Riggs Park neighborhood east of Fort Totten Metro. There's just 5 things I wanted to mention today. One, just to reiterate the need for shade structures at the Riggs Playground. Thank you to DPR for budgeting for that, and just really asking that DPR prioritize this for this spring before it gets hot, since there are no mature shade trees for tree canopy in that area. And local families are obviously relying on the playground as our outdoor play space. Secondly, would like to really see DPR submit a DGS work order for new netting around the field as an important safety feature. The current netting, as anyone who visits would know, current netting has fallen into disrepair. Thirdly, neighbors around the field note that the kind of trash around the field is just a continual issue, a continual nuisance. There are just insufficient waste receptacles. So would just like to see more DPR and DGS coordination here moving forward. Fourth, as the budgeted field replacement gets underway, I would really love to encourage DPR planners to consider adding shaded picnic tables so that groups and families can socialize, similar to the shaded tables at Petworth, Tacoma, and Upshur rec centers. I know that our community would really benefit immensely from amenities such as these. And then finally, just wanted to urge DPR to add Riggs Rec Center modernization to the list of planned capital improvement projects in the next 2 to 5 years. I believe that this community could really use more indoor recreation program for residents of all ages, basically. Small children, toddlers, birth through seniors. And finally, would just like to ask that DPR coordinate planning efforts for modernization with DCPS, since obviously LaSalle Bacchus Elementary School is directly adjacent to the Riggs Rec Center. And LaSalle has that planned modernization starting in 2028. Happy to field any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Stay on because I will have some questions for you. Next, we will hear from Kyle Gardner, Commissioner ANC 5E01. Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Lewis George, and thank you for holding this hearing. It's been really fun hearing your questions and watching you interact with everyone who's giving testimony today. So yes, my name is Kyle Gardner. I'm a new ANC Commissioner for 5E01, and that represents the Truxton Circle neighborhood, which is centered around Dunbar High School. Across the street from Dunbar High School is New York Avenue Playground, and that's why I am testifying today. New York Avenue Playground is a decently sized park, but with modest amenities that include a baseball field, basketball court, small rec center, and multiple play equipment facilities. I actually live directly across from the park on Kirby Street, and I can see it from my window right now. And it is a very well-used park throughout the day. Daycares and elementary schools come visit the area through most of the morning through early afternoon, and in the evenings, neighborhood children and their families come to take advantage of the park. However, since I moved here a year and a half ago, there's been a rusted, broken fence in the play area that has not been fixed despite lengthy and ongoing conversations with DPR and DGS. And in my written testimony, I've included a series of work order numbers related to this matter. It's not the only inexplicably unresolved maintenance issue. There's also a many months old work order for a broken swing and a broken climbing structure. But I want to focus on the fence because I think it highlights some of the challenges with getting a positive resolution to what seems to be a pretty solvable maintenance issue. So here's a quick rundown as far as I can tell. So first of all, I went to Google Street View. And if you pull up the most recent Street View of Kirby Street on August of 2022, you can see the fence broken in the same spot that it's broken today. I suspect a branch from the nearby oak tree fell on it at some point. But my earliest email traffic I can find on this dates back to prior to my time as a commissioner on June 4th of last year. But in that email, Sam Bonner, who's of Councilmember Zachary Parker's office, very helpfully writes to DPR on behalf of a neighbor, Ms. Matthews, who had reported that the fence along Kirby Street is broken in a potentially dangerous way right along the kids' play area. So that was again on June 4th, and DPS responds a few days later, and they acknowledge that they know about the issue. They provide a work order, and that work order looks like it had been opened up in April of 24. And then I can see again in my inbox emails in July and in August where the issue is raised back up to DPR that the fence remains broken. And in particular, I want to highlight a photo email sent on July 31st to DPR showing the broken fence. And again, DPR acknowledging receipt on August 1st. So I came into office in early January, and I sought to immediately follow up on this issue. On January 7th, 2025, I reached back out to DPR for a status update. While I received acknowledgement of the email, it took another set of emails, first on January 12th and 27th, before I got a substantive response from DPR. And then, interestingly, at that point, the response I got from DPR was, in fact, that the fence was fixed and that the work order had been closed as resolved on August 1st of the previous year. I think I was literally looking at the fence when I got that email, so I knew very much that that was not the case. Since that point on January 27th, I've had a series of back and forth emails, most recently on Sunday, February 9th, and DPR has assured that they will open up a new work order, but that still hasn't been provided to me, and there's been no time for resolution for this rusted fence. I have included in my written testimony some pictures of this rusted fence, but I want to emphasize that while I'm not an expert, it does appear that this is a modest section of a modular fence that needs to be replaced or repaired. It doesn't seem like something that should require a complex procurement process or some type of unique contracting solution. I think this is within the skills of DGS to safely fix. But it apparently has been broken for nearly 3 years. And so I'm raising that in the context of the performance oversight hearing because I think, obviously this is just a small sample size, but I think we've also heard from other neighbors and residents across this morning that highlight some of the systemic issues with how some of these more minor maintenance issues are recorded and then tasked out between DPR and DGS. So in my written testimony, I provide some questions that I would greatly appreciate some insight on. But as a first order, I'm very curious about how this got closed out as resolved back on August 1st when it clearly wasn't. And then sort of as a second question, how does DPR or DGS investigate when a work order is properly closed out? And what sort of quality assurance is happening there? I'd be curious to know if there were work orders that were open before the evidence that I have back in April of 24. It looks like this fence has been broken for, again, 3 years. So what's been looked into this problem in the past? And if there have been any temporary or partial attempts at fixing it, what sort of quality assurance DPR put in place to monitor the temporary repairs because it clearly did not work. My last two questions that I have here are going on DGS's website, there appears to be a 180-day service level agreement for doing playground equipment repairs. And it's not entirely clear to me if that would cover the fences surrounding the playgrounds, but I'm curious what the SLA is there. And it seems clear that DGS didn't follow their SLA, and so what sort of accountability mechanisms are at play. And then the last thing I wanted to highlight sort of for your awareness, and it's really helpful to know your background with DGS as well. DGS does have an independent work order system that you can track as a member of the public, but the level of information provided on it regarding when a ticket is open, why that ticket has been opened up, and what the resolution is super unclear. It's just very, very high level information. It may say fence, it may not even say fence. And so again, as an ANC commissioner or as a member of the public, I can't even verify that the details on an open ticket are what the issue is on the ground that I'm looking at outside of my window every single day. So, ultimately for me, it just feels that to me and my neighbors that some of these critical but seemingly easily resolvable maintenance issues have fallen through the cracks, and we don't know how to get these repairs on track. I'm appreciative of the folks from DPR and DGS who have corresponded with me on this issue over the past 6 weeks, and I know that they would also benefit from a system where I don't have to be constantly emailing them to try to figure out how we can get this repair on track. I'm certainly hopeful that at this time next year, I can report back to you that Newark Avenue Playground is safe and clean and free of broken equipment. And I think it's a standard that we should uphold for all of our parks. So I thank you for your time. I certainly encourage you to check out the photos I provided to see some of the sharp, rusted equipment that is at an eye level for an elementary school child. And I hope you have a good rest of your afternoon. Thank you. I'll stay on hold.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll hear from Commissioner Ashley Ruff. Okay. Commissioner Patricia Stamper. Okay. Commissioner Salim Adolfo. No? Okay. William Crane. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. It's a pleasure to speak with you today. And I am also a real estate agent, and I've worked with your office on some garbage cans for some tenants last summer, and they were fantastic. So
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the opportunity to discuss our experience with DPR today. My name is Will Crane, and I'm the Vice President of the Foggy Bottom Association, Chair of the Infrastructure Committee, and a resident of SMD 2A03 since 1999. You've heard from ANC 2A Commissioners Patel and Comer earlier on this matter. Back in 2016, the Foggy Bottom Association began the process to formally create and rehabilitate a community park. The land is currently used as a homeless encampment, a trash dump, fenced in by DDOT to keep unsheltered folks out, and it has now become a sanctuary and a safe space for folks to go use drugs, leave the paraphernalia next to a kid's playground, and because it's kind of hidden by the K Street overpass. Historically, this land was once a thriving, albeit poor neighborhood that was raised under the guise of slum clearance and highway construction. This is known as Square 5 in Foggy Bottom. In fact, the Fight Against Urban Renewal Act is how the Foggy Bottom Association started in 1959. The community simply wanted a slightly larger place to play safely in our immediate neighborhood. And that sounds to me simple enough. DPR worked with the community to develop a plan. Funds were approved back in 2020. And of course, things change with the pandemic, and we understand such delays. My term with the FBA began in January 2023 and coincided with a DPR community engagement walkthrough. The community spoke with a unified voice on what we wanted and hoped for from this project. That included an expansion of the park north to K Street, switching the location of the dog and kids park, and installing a water fountain. DPR incorporated these into an ANC approved plan in 2023. Long story short, all that fell apart, and why I'm compelled to speak to you today. DPR told the community it couldn't expand the park because of tree roots. So there was a study done in August 2024, and that study concluded, and I quote, "Grade fill and retaining wall installation are expected to have minimal impact on the trees," end quote. The study, interestingly enough, was only released after a subsequent ANC approval in December and at our DDOT oversight meetings and a second community kickoff event just 2 weeks ago. Many in the community are still blaming the tree roots and DDOT and urban forestry on the reduced scope of this project, saying the tree roots stopped us from having a park. DPR essentially threw their sister agencies under the bus without regard to the important work that they do, and such as preserving the tree canopy. The community is moving forward with this much reduced park plan. Everyone is exhausted by this process. I've had folks tell me I shouldn't testify today for fear that DPR would become angry and stop the project. Many children have now aged out of playgrounds, and when I asked DPR at the community kickoff meeting about how the $1 million had been over the course of 6 years eroded, I was told that I should simply trust them. They said, "Trust us." This is after 6 years of engagement and 3 years of what I would say would be kind of just time wasted, especially for those of us that are not salaried government employees. Trust us. So I hope that you will ask DPR how they have earned the trust of Foggy Bottom residents, not to mention the money of the District of Columbia residents that have been allocated by council by these bait and switch tactics and a mentality that essentially has just reduced a modest park plan. I was told in no uncertain terms that this plan is not big and they have much better things to do. It's been a pleasure. So is it just money? Do we not show due deference? I don't know. And it's been a pleasure, and I thank you for your time today, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much for your thorough testimony.
Commissioner Danielle Zhang. Thank you for your testimony. I want you to know there was a lady named Patricia here earlier who was a senior at LaSalle, and I asked her, the seniors would like an upgraded senior room with new furniture. As well, and new curtains, et cetera. So just putting that on both of our radar, as since it's your SMD and my area as well. But she did testify to that, and more youth programming. So it sounds like both the seniors and youth at LaSalle want to have upgraded space and places. And while we wait for capital funding, which you requested sort of for the future years, what can we do in the current year or the next budget year to sort of enhance their experience until we're able to get those greater capital projects done? What were some of the other requests that we have from DPR for LaSalle?
I will just call out, I'm sorry, I'll just call out. So there is the current DGS work order for shade structures at the playground.
Okay,
so
yes.
That's still in progress, I understand. My understanding as of last month is that there is currently no DGS work order for new netting around the field. I know that was something that had been discussed and budgeted for, I want to say for 2024.
Yeah.
And I don't think that happened. So again, the current netting is, there's just holes everywhere. So that to me seems like a safety risk.
Gotcha.
So, and I think obviously the Friends of the Riggs LaSalle Rec Center will echo this in their testimony as well, but there are insufficient trash and waste receptacles. So if it's a coordination issue with DPR, DPW, or DGS, like,
yeah,
I
we're
would
actually we're going to be doing a joint hearing with my committee and Councilmember Nadeau's committee on parks, just around trash coordination. It's too much. There's too many moving parts. It's a little disjointed. We want to get to the page where we can make it a lot more simplistic. Right now, I had to explain it at a community meeting, and I sounded ridiculous, but I was like, this is actually how ridiculous it is. So we will have a joint hearing on that. So I hope you will join Councilmember Nadeau and I when we do our hearing on that. But we are trying to get it done. Councilmember Henderson also just has a vested interest as an at-large council member as to wanting to fix this structure as well. So we will get on top of that as well. And it sounded like you were saying, because I know you were talking about the modernization is coming up for the elementary school there. Are you saying you want to see DPR maybe support in the modernization, or maybe use their space for swing space? I was trying to understand what that connection would be.
Sure. And so obviously, and when we talk about LaSalle modernization, I would of course defer to Principal Gray and the PTO.
Yeah.
But when we talk about kind of this block and how do we use this public space, obviously we have families who travel along Nicholson, along Riggs, along Madison, and so one, it's kind of just this holistic thinking, which I understand it's not just DPR, right? But how do we think holistically about ensuring that families can travel to both the rec center as well as to the school safely, that we have a strategy for managing traffic, parking for folks who are traveling to this area, whether they're walking, driving, or taking the bus, et cetera.
Got it.
And then just to make sure that that there's coordination between the agencies. I think that's kind of the theme. A lot of what we're talking about today is just that DPR is coordinated with DCPS, that they're coordinated with DPR, not acting independently.
Gotcha. Thank you. I appreciate it. And then just so you know, Councilmember Allen actually introduced legislation around shade structures. And so we'll be digging deeper in that as a result of that legislation. But yes, the request for shade structures, particularly there, has been outstanding for
I'd say 4 years at this point. So we will see where we are with that. And then, Mr. Gardner, I really appreciated your testimony. I've seen pictures of the broken playground equipment. My staff has let me see some of the pictures. What would you like to see on that the dashboard? Like, for what would help sort of make it more transparent, the dashboard, moving forward?
Yeah, thanks for that question. I think the two ideal things would be a description section for the problem at hand, right? So just as an illustration, the work order that I'm going off of that was provided to me by DPR related to the fence doesn't actually include the term fence in the title or the location. So I'm actually, somewhat trusting that that is the correct work order. And so I think if there was a description field where you could read in detail sort of what the problem is that's been identified, that would be helpful. And then similarly, if there was a second field for anything related to resolution along the course of completion, that would be helpful too, right? So in this circumstance, you can clearly see that at some point, at some time, somebody, presumably from the city, but maybe not, took some thin metal bands and basically wrapped them around the fence to keep the fence standing up. And like, it'd be useful to know like when that happened, why that was identified as a potential, temporary solution, et cetera, like that kind of thing. So that'd be helpful.
Got you. I'll follow up on the QA/QC process there. We worked a lot on the DCPS QA/QC process.
Cool.
And so we are in the sort of beginning infant stages of what that QA/QC process looks like under DPR, but we'll definitely do some digging and exploring. We were able to improve the process that relates to DCPS by having some more checks and balances as far as who closes out work orders. So it'll be interesting to see how we do that from a DPR perspective and sort of who would be responsible for sort of saying this is not complete or this has not closed out. We'll have to do some dig deeper to see if we can improve that process overall. And I'll try to get you some updates on New York Avenue Pro Playground as quickly as possible. I imagine your written testimony has some of the work order numbers in there already.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
And I do want to emphasize on the two others I briefly referenced, the broken playground equipment and the swings. DPR did give a timeline of spring for the swing, so I'm hoping that will stay on track. And they also did explain that the playground equipment may require some more specialized order, like procurement elements. And I think I'm, more sympathetic to that, right? It's like the basic things with the fence is just, it seems like that's totally within DGS's wheelhouse to knock out.
Yeah. It's
all
something
that's in the testimony.
Before, a lot of our playgrounds are like specialized playgrounds. So then when items break, it takes,
right.
It can take months, 2 years to just get one thing done because it was a specialized playground. Or in a specialized theme, and then the hope is that they're still making that type of playground or those type of items. So I can attest sort of we've done DPR tours. It's, we don't make every playground the same. There's no standard playground. So if I got a frog themed playground and there was frog seats, the frog seats can't be, this is real, that really happened. Those seats can't be replaced. So it's just a question of how do we make our sort of innovative and creative and really great playgrounds, but then what do we do to make sure we have at least backup items or backup materials since we know normal wear and tear is going to happen, or at least have some average ideas of normal wear and tear.
Sure.
So I think that's worth exploring. But something like the swing, though, I think should just be in DPR's warehouse to fix versus having to order any specialized parts. So we'll follow up there, and I appreciate your testimony.
Great, thank you again.
Mr. Crane, I found your story to just be absolutely infuriating and also hilarious because of how infuriating it is. I hope that helps.
It's good to have perspective.
Thanks. Okay, so the ask from DPR is getting a full copy of the building plans as currently approved and permitted is the ask, and then assurances that the appropriated 1 million will be accounted to address the community concerns about the changes to the project. Is that fair reflection?
I have so many questions, but that would be a fair if we simmer it down to the basics and to be reasonable.
Okay.
Because I mean, it's just like I have emails between me and another board member with DPR one day after 7 days ago and just no response.
Got it. And then, okay. And so the last conversation you had was
community meeting.
Community
The
meeting.
kickoff launch
Okay.
meeting where they said, this is what it's kind of like what you described the last panel.
Gotcha.
They said, this is what we're doing.
You guys gave your feedback.
Trust us.
And trust us. Okay, got
No,
you.
there was no feedback.
Okay, got it. We're gonna follow up. Community engagement process as a whole is something that has to be revamped here. But we will follow up, and make sure you send all your stuff to our facilities committee so we can do a more thorough.
Everything is sent.
Everything is here. Okay,
And,
great,
I just
perfect.
think the big thing is that, they said that they want to do we couldn't do the expansion because there could be some roots. Let's study it.
Got
They
it.
studied it, then didn't release the study. But then when they released the study a week ago, it said no minimal impact. So it's like, we
Okay.
like to think that we're approaching this process in good faith within the constraints of
Yeah.
a budget.
The poor tree is taking all the blame here.
Right? And now
just
people,
joking.
and now
Go
there's
ahead,
like,
yes.
there's folks who
Got
are
it.
like, let's get rid of all these trees. And it's like,
Wait a minute.
hold up.
That's
Yeah,
right.
like this isn't,
Got it.
and I don't
Awesome.
think it's the intent of what
Yeah.
the law was. So, and it's like, what, kids and trees and dogs can't coexist?
I would hope we could. Thank you. I appreciate it.
We'll have a tree park one day,
Yes.
just a park for trees.
Next up, we're gonna have panel 8, which is great. 8 out of 11. We're doing good, you all. If you're trying to keep the energy up in the room here, we're doing great. For my team. All right, panel 8. We got Greg Cilio, Volvo Sports, Max Broad, Executive Director, DC Veg Week. Chris Bradshaw, founder and executive director, Dreaming Out Loud. Jaron Hill, director of partnerships, Dreaming Out Loud, and Sabrina Rhodes, a community organizer for Empower DC. Great. All right. Mr. Greg Cilio, are you with us?
I am right here.
Oh, you're in front of me.
Hi.
Like you just moved on over really quickly. Thank you for joining me in person. You may begin your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Greg Cilio. I am here representing today a company called Volo Sports, which is the largest provider of adult social sports in the district, and also, I believe, the largest permit holder on city parks. Volo Sports has been operating in the district for over 7 years with the goal of building community and fostering genuine human connections. With 12 sports at the core, Volo provides opportunities for adults of all ages to get active in social and district spaces in communities such as Adams Morgan, downtown, Chinatown, Buzzards Point, and many others. With over 70,000 registrations across the city, our players have shown their commitment to the Volo community with over a 60% retention rate across programs from the previous year. The impact of Volo goes beyond just the work with adults in the district. Volo Sports partners with the Volo Kids Foundation, a nonprofit, to run free kids programs throughout the city. Volo donates profits and leverages infrastructure from the for-profit company to create those opportunities for organized play for kids who may not otherwise have the opportunity to afford it. Since the launch in the district, Volo Kids has registered nearly 12,000 kids for free sports and has engaged over 2,300 volunteers. The offerings of Volo Kids have continued to grow exponentially year over year as our footprint with Volo adults has grown. Volo's relationship with city government, especially DPR, is critical to the success in serving kids and adults throughout the district. We appreciate the work of Chris Tierney, David Sachs, and others on their team who do what they can with limited resources to oversee the permitting process and access city spaces. The recent overhaul of the district's online permitting system, to name an example, has been a noticeable difference in the process, and their team's attentiveness to issues credits for cancellation has also been appreciated. As can be expected, though, the permitting process and day-to-day execution does come with its challenges. For example, there tend to be inconsistencies in how the historical permits are applied, and permits can sometimes be revoked with very little explanation. These unforeseen changes make it difficult to plan ahead and offer consistent programming to our community from one season to the next. We understand that VOLO correctly applies as a for-profit entity and therefore are not at the top of the list when it comes to field allocations. Where we struggle is sort of shifting timelines to receive approvals or denials of permit applications that sometimes could be allocated as much as a week before the start of a season. Similarly, field conditions such as broken lights are often not known until players are already on the field. Communication around access to locked spaces can also be challenging and result in last-minute cancellations. Having to turn players away at the field is detrimental to the VOLO experience as well as their experience playing in district parks. A well-functioning permit process and well-maintained fields drive revenue for many of the projects that are being talked about here today. As an organization that works with cities around the country, VOLO is in 9 cities. We are committed to working with DPR and other agencies to approve upon the city's permitting process and execution. We appreciate the committee's efforts to facilitate a public conversation around this topic, and we look forward to an ongoing dialogue. Thank you.
Oh, Lord. Thank you so much for your testimony. Max Broad.
Yes. So, hello, Councilmember Lewis George.
Good to see you, Max.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Hey. Good to see you. And yeah, I'm the executive director of, today in my capacity as my nonprofit DC Veg Week, which is focused on plant-based nutrition and the veg-forward economy in the nation's capital. So, you know, with the new administration, attitudes towards climate change, it probably isn't the time for DC to take bold new steps that may draw the ire of Congress. However, I do urge us not to submit to them. And here is a way that we can make a substantial impact without causing conflict with our federal friends. Food systems are one of the biggest contributors of greenhouse gas emissions globally. Animal agribusiness, that's dairy, beef, chicken, pork, these industries alone comprise more pollution than our entire country. And the US is the second largest polluting nation in the world. DC does not measure emissions from our food here in the city. What we do know, however, is that in a city that does measure, New York, food-related emissions are tied for the second largest emitter alongside all of the vehicle traffic and transportation in the city. DC is likely no different. Fortunately, DC has a tool to combat this often overlooked source of climate pollution, the Green Food Purchasing Act of 2021. Amongst our many good climate provisions in DC, this law pertains to agencies that procure over $10,000 worth of food and schedules them to reduce food-related carbon emissions at the rate of 10% reduction by FY25, 18% reduction by FY27, and a final goal of 25% reduction in food-related carbon emissions by the year FY2030. The Department of Energy and Environment has done a majestic job working with the agencies to find strategies to reduce carbon emissions in their food procurement. However, I'm here to call on the agencies that purchase food in the district to take steps to support this important climate intervention. As you can see, the law schedules agencies to have already reduced carbon pollution from food by 10% this fiscal year. And so, you know, I'm here asking for Department of Parks and Recreation to act in compliance with this law. And so the first and most important thing DPR can do is to include explicit green food procurement language in all vendor contracts. Agencies like DC Public Schools and Department of Human Services have already done so, providing clauses in their contracts with food service providers such as Sodexo and Aramark. This language in DPR's contracts should provide clear goals and timelines for vendors of summer meals and other DPR food programs. Second, DPR should consider what methods they see as best assisting a transition to a more sustainable and nutritious food system. This can be simple switches like swapping red and processed meats for legumes, whole grains, and protein-dense plant-based nutrition, which tremendously cuts carbon. And one of the best tools for cutting carbon in food is to take a step down the food chain. Feeding food to people is a lot more efficient than feeding it to animals to then feed to people. As an example, Department of Youth and Rehabilitation Services are trialing plant-based by default, an unassuming paradigm shift where plant-based is the first meal offered and the conventional meal is available upon request. This maintains consumer autonomy, but tremendously increases the adoption of the lower carbon meals. Another pathway is agencies like Department of Corrections and DC Public Schools are using taste testing, culinary training, and cooking classes to get feedback and encourage buy-in of climate-friendly nutrition amongst the populations they serve. Of course, this comes with a tremendous side effect, and it's going to improve our nutrition as well, right? You know, in DC, we know that diabetes, cancer, heart disease are some of the biggest killers, and they're all linked to unhealthy diets high in processed foods, red meat, sugar, and cholesterol. Diets that increase our plant-based protein and fiber intake are fundamental strategies for improving our health. With climate change, people's lives are on the line, and with public health, people's lives are on the line. Thank you so much for your support. I'll conclude at that, and just, you know, Councilmember Lewis George, I'll ask for your support in helping DPR get green food compliance into their contracts.
Thank you, Max, for your testimony. And make sure, don't forget to submit it, upload it online if you haven't done so already.
I just did that, yeah.
Oh, you just did it. Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right. Give me 1 second. All right, next up, we have Christopher Bradshaw.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George and other members of the committee. My name is Chris Bradshaw, and I'm here to testify as the Executive Director of Dreaming Out Loud. We are a nonprofit organization dedicated to building a more equitable food system by supporting local urban agriculture, economic opportunity, and community self-determination. I want to express our appreciation for the Department of Parks and Recreation and its continued support of our mission to enhance our local foods ecosystem. Dreaming Out Loud currently holds 2 long-term partnership agreements with DPR for 2 farms here in the district, the farm at Kelly Miller in Ward 7 and the farm at Fort Stanton in Ward 8. These vital urban agriculture sites serve as community hubs, educational spaces, and sources of fresh, healthy produce for DC residents east of the river. DPR's partnership has been instrumental in ensuring that our farm spaces are accessible, productive, and impactful for the communities that we serve. Through this collaboration, we have been able to provide fresh, culturally relevant food. Our farms produce fresh food each season, much of which is distributed to Ward 7 and Ward 8 residents facing food insecurity. By cultivating culturally relevant crops, we ensure that residents have access to food that aligns with their traditions and dietary needs. Additionally, we offer community engagement and education. Thanks to DPR support, we host annual events, workshops, youth programs, and volunteer opportunities that educate residents on the importance of food sovereignty, nutrition, and environmental stewardship. The farms have really become spaces for learning, gathering, and healing. We work to strengthen local food systems with the stability of long-term partnerships. We have been able to make investments in infrastructure, including high tunnels, greenhouses, and irrigation systems that enhance the productivity of our spaces and food distribution. This ensures that our impact is not only sustainable, but scalable. And then we have developed a local food hub. DPR supports our land access, which has been instrumental in supporting Dreaming Out Loud's food production, which supports our new headquarters, a food hub east of the river at the Marionberry Avenue Market on Marionberry Avenue, which is going to open this summer. And while we have great support from DPR, we also recognize the need for continued investment and expansion of urban agriculture initiatives. We urge the committee to expand urban agriculture and food sovereignty programs, investing in additional farm sites, training programs, and community-led initiatives. Additionally, we hope that the district will invest to improve infrastructure and accessibility, provide resources to enhance water access, fencing, storage, and other critical needs that support urban farms. DPR's partnership with Dreaming Out Loud has been a model for how city agencies can collaborate with community organizations to improve food insecurity, to health, economic opportunity, and we look forward to continued collaboration to ensure that every DC resident has access to fresh, healthy food and meaningful economic opportunities. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I welcome any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bradshaw. I'm Jaren Hill.
Thank you, Chairperson Lewis George. I want to first congratulate you and welcome you to the best job on earth, full time, no days off, being a mom. It is something special.
Thank you. I'm learning.
Yeah, it's something else. You know, if you hear my kids in the background, I apologize in advance.
All good.
You do what you got to do.
That's it.
I'm Jaren Hill Lockridge, and as I mentioned, I'm a mother and Ward 8 resident, and I am here speaking in my capacity as Director of Strategic Partnerships at Dreaming Out Loud. Again, thank you for the opportunity to testify about Parks and Rec and their continued support of our mission to enhance and support our local food ecosystem. And I'm particularly encouraged about how I've heard you prioritizing the nexus between DGS and DPR. Some of our work sits right at that intersection, and this year we have run into some particular challenges that I'm really excited to bring to your attention. So let me explain a little bit. So as Chris mentioned before, Dreaming Out Loud partners with Parks and Rec through a number of long-term leases. We have 2 farms, one in Ward 7 and one in Ward 8. Both of them serve as vital hubs for urban ag and food access east of the river. This year, we are now growing food year-round. Fresh produce, culturally relevant, really supporting local farmers and providing hands-on agricultural education to both youth and community members. DPR's commitment to making public land available for community-driven food production is essential into the investment, particularly the maternal health of our residents and well-being throughout the district, especially east of the river. But one of the challenges we have is that DGS controls the water access and DPR holds the lease to the land. And without DGS having a clear understanding of how their work impacts our local ecosystem, it's been a little hard to penetrate to help them to understand our particular situation. But as Chris mentioned, that has not stopped us. We are proud to announce that Dreaming Out Loud's new headquarters, the Marionberry Avenue Market, which will be a dynamic space, will expand our ability to serve the community. Through the continued support of Parks and Rec and facilitating the resources to get us access to the land, they've been instrumental in making this possible. I want to take this opportunity to specifically call out Director Freeman, DPR Support Services Division, as well as their Environmental Division. Their help and continued support made our annual Fall Festival a huge success last year, and they've provided critical support and dedication to our environmental stewardship and engagement that directly supports all of our programming. We encourage the council to continue investing in Parks and Rec's capacity to provide these essential services to community-led initiatives like ours. Expanding access to land, infrastructure, and programming ensures that more residents, especially those of us in historically disinvested communities, benefit from this transformative power of urban farming, community markets, food entrepreneurship with the support of our local government. Again, we really appreciate you all's partnership and support. Invite you guys to come over to 1303 Marionberry Avenue to see our new headquarters whenever you get the chance. And thank you again for the opportunity, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you so much. I will have to make my way over there. Look forward to it. Next, we have Sabrina Rhodes, a community organizer, Empower DC. Good afternoon, Ms. Rhodes.
Good afternoon, Chair and Councilmember Lewis George, members and staff of the Department of Parks and Recreation, city officials, witnesses, and fellow community members. My name is Sabrina Rhodes. I'm the community organizer with Empower DC, and we also get Dreaming Out Loud hot food. So I'm just throwing that plug out there as delish. And I'm the ANC commissioner in Ivy City and also a native to the district. I'm honored to speak on behalf of the Ivy City community today. We are thrilled that after decades of waiting, the long overdue renovation of the historic Carmel School will finally begin this year, spring 2025. This moment is more than just a construction project for us. It is a renewal of our community spirit and a major step toward the investment our community has always deserved. Hearing Tommy Jones and Brent Cisco share updates during the Ward 5 Capital Project webinar has only reinforced our excitement. Their enthusiasm mirrors our own as we look forward to the transformation of the Cromell School into a vibrant and inclusive space for all. The fact that we finally will be able to enter the building, which has been closed and neglected since the 70s, is a monumental milestone. The shade structure that I've heard, the shade structure bill is helpful for communities like ours that experience extreme heat events, and how trash will be removed on DPR sites is good to know. For decades, Ivy City has lacked the green space, recreational opportunities, and multi-generational programming that other communities take for granted. This renovation is a beacon of hope, a place where children, families, and seniors alike can gather, learn, and grow. But while we celebrate this progress, we also recognize the broader challenges our neighborhood continue to face. Ivy City is at a critical turning point, with many plans in motion to shape its future, including the Ivy City Smart Area Plan, the New York Avenue Vision Framework, which we oppose the height and density on those plans for buildings that will be placed on Oakey Street and New York Avenue, and the Ivy City Resiliency Strategy Plan. Additionally, we are advocating for the eminent domain bill and the cumulative impact bill introduced by Councilmember Parker, and we urge the council to support and sign on. However, despite these efforts, we are disheartened to continue to have to endure the National Engineering Products, which is behind me. They continue to spew cancer-causing chemicals, chemical odor into our air with no air quality permit, continue to operate in our community, and that the city has chosen to permit 2 cannabis dispensaries, one of which is proposed to be placed behind a brand new emergency men's shelter slated to be built at the Human Rescue Alliance site. These decisions made without sufficient community input raise serious concerns about equity, respect, and responsible planning in Ivy City. And we are engaging as capable of advocating for ourselves. How many minutes do I have? Am I over?
You got a minute left.
Okay, I'm getting ready to wrap it up. Our neighborhood already bears the brunt of environmental injustice, suffering from extreme urban heat island effect and dangerously high levels of pollutants like PM 2.5, black carbon, formaldehyde, and nitrogen dioxide. To combat this, we are working with the Department of Energy and Environment to conduct additional air quality monitoring, including solar monitoring on the Cromell site. This data will be crucial in determining the best strategies to improve our quality of life. We want to be clear, we welcome investments, developments that benefit all residents, but it must be done in a way that prioritizes health, sustainability, and true commitment engagement. We're working with the district agencies at many levels, but without respect, communication, and equitable planning, we will continue to see poor decisions that harm our environment and our people. The renovation of Cromell School is proof that when the city listens to its residents, real progress is possible. Let the project set the standard for how we move forward together with transparency, accountability, and a shared vision for a thriving Ivy City. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Everybody's testimony was straightforward, so I don't actually have any questions for this panel. Thank you all for coming out and testifying. And we'll have follow-up questions for DPR and some of these policy suggestions as well to see what is feasible. We're going to go to our ninth panel of public witnesses. Lynette Bradford Preston, Director of Operations, the Fontroy Community Enrichment. Miranda Beebe, Volunteer Management Kalorama Compost Cooperative. Samaya Lane, legislative member of the Metropolitan Women's Democratic Club. Shirley Riven Smith, president of the Northbridge Citizens. And Tisha Cockrell, president, Friends of Riggs LaSalle Recreation Center. All right. Lynette, Ms. Cockrell said she will be back, so we actually will get started with you. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon. Hold on one second. I thought I had a second. I'm a community center, as you mentioned, and we are doing OST programming. So let me close my door.
Oh, I love that.
So our babies don't disturb. Okay. Now, I apologize because sometimes they ignore closed doors. So if I have to send somebody out, I will. So I'm going to stick to my script to ensure that I hit everything that I want to speak on. First, greetings. Happy Valentine's Day to everyone. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. As you said, my name is Lynette Bradford Preston. I'm the Director of Operations and Programming for the FH Fauntleroy Community Enrichment Center and DC's first Resilience Incubator. I'm here to speak about the Rec for All grant opportunity. We are located, and just a little bit about the organization and what we've been able to do with the Rec for All funding. We're located on Nanny Helen Burroughs Avenue Northeast between 48th and 49th Streets. We service an underserved community that is limited in quality programming within their community. FH Fauntleroy does not monetize our programming, ensuring access for all, enabling the reduction of youth violence and petty crime. FH Fauntleroy has been a 3-year awardee of the Rec for All grant opportunity. We have serviced youth as young as 4 and as old as 18. Rec for All has allowed us to provide career experiences to youth, high school and college graduates by supporting and facilitating our summer youth programming. Rec for All creates an opportunity for DC youth to engage with program staff that have cultural connection and provide an example of what is possible after high school. Rec for All has allowed FH Fauntleroy to create diverse, engaging, supervised activity throughout the summer, creating a safe space with structured and organized programming. Opening participation to youth of the Marion Berry SYEP program allows FH Fauntleroy to heavily support youth ages 14 and 17 years old, an age group in dire need of employment opportunities that keep the youth coming back. I'm testifying today in support of DPR's oversight of Mayor Bowser's Rec for All grant opportunities and to advocate for additional funding opportunities, specifically an increase of funding award amounts, a larger overall grant budget to support additional organizations, and an expansion of funding opportunities beyond summer to support programming during the school year. Fauntleroy turns away hundreds of youth interested in our programming, but budget restraints require that we watch our participation numbers closely. Additional, as part of Fauntleroy's mission, to provide quality program within Ward 7, it means that we have to turn down other youth in need of programming from Wards 8, 5, and 4. Imagine the possibility of partnering with other organizations within these wards, expanding our ability to support more youth beyond Ward 7. But this takes more funding. Moreover, Fauntleroy is not the only organization providing dynamic programming throughout the city. Rec for All is filled with organizations that use their funding to engage youth throughout the summer. But there are so many other organizations designed to provide the same type of support needed for our youth in the city, especially in the summer months. Finally, an expansion of the Rec for All grant funding during the school year affords the opportunity to continue supervised, engaging activity and cultivates youth development and academic success, both after school and during school closings, a needed support for working families in Ward 7 and throughout Washington, D.C. Thank you for allowing me to testify today.
Thank you so much, and thank you for being on the job supporting our youth today. Next, we'll hear from Miranda Beebe.
Hello there. Thank you for the opportunity to address some of our concerns that we'd like to share with you today. I'm coming to you directly from the Adams Morgan community, specifically to share positive outcomes from the Community Compost Cooperative, which is located in Kalorama Park. Like many of the nearly 40 community compost sites that are hosted around the city, our site has had tremendous growth and successful partnerships that we've developed with other volunteer groups within the park and community. This work is important and as a direct support to the mayor's and city's goals of reducing waste to our landfills. These goals remain important to our community of composters, and we are committed to them along with the city's support. Our work has also helped us build partnerships with other local volunteer groups to benefit community engagement and the overall enjoyment and protection of the park. The Kalorama Park compost site began 8 years ago with an initial 30+ members. We have since grown to 275 households with at least 342 members on our list. This makes our site the largest in the city, and we continue to welcome 35 to 40 new members each year. If you can think what that impact is to the overall goals that the city has about eliminating waste in our landfills, we are diverting approximately 22 to 25,000 pounds of compost from landfills that are completely composted in and then used within the confines of Kalorama Park. Because the compost we collect is used within the park, it is completely diverted from landfills and therefore produces no greenhouse gases. And we also have no carbon footprint since all the work we do is in person. Due to being situated within the community garden in the park, we are also able to create nutrient-rich soil that we spread as members throughout the community gardens in the park, both those growing vegetables and flowers, also across all of the bushes and shrubs throughout the park and our plaza tree boxes. Compost soil holds water at about 2.5 times more than regular soil. So our process additionally helps park plantings and the gardens that they're in throughout the various weather conditions that we experience. Additionally, our members have taken on and adopted the park and regularly hold park cleanup days. And we also work with the volunteer park gardeners in 2 separate gardens to weed, create their gardens, plant and weed in public entryways and the plaza boxes. All of these positive outcomes of this city-sponsored effort come at a cost, but there's good news in all of that. While our volunteer compost managers take on the role and the responsibility to train, organize our members, execute park projects, and maintain our compost bins, there needs to be a plan in place to repair and replace those current compost bins, as they have been in place for over 8 years now and are starting to fail. Our volunteers have already used personal resources, both financial and otherwise, to maintain our site. However, our bins and those of other compost sites are starting to fail, and the cost of replacing them is prohibitive for our membership. I mentioned there's good news in all of that. The good news comes in that you have heard testimony from many people who are looking to expand Josh's staff and Resources because he is also our lead representative for our compost sites across the area. If we could have an allocated additional staff member to work with the DPR lead, Josh Singer, and allocate funds for the replacement of compost bins when they are beyond standard maintenance, we know that we could continue our compost initiatives and efforts well over another 8, 10, 12, 15 years. While we greatly appreciate the work of Josh Singer and the support of his department, he is only one person managing many important initiatives that you've already heard so much about today. Additional help and resources would allow all of the volunteers working on the many important initiatives across the city to meet the mayor's and the city's community enhancement and waste reduction goals. So again, we're really asking for the department to consider additional staff and additional funds to replace compost bins as they start to fail. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll go to Samaya Lane. Samaya, if you're here. All right. Tisha Cockrell, President, Friends of Riggs LaSalle Recreation Center. We can come back. We'll go to Shirley Riven Smith or, oh, Tisha's here. Okay.
I'm here. I'm sorry. I didn't hit the mute. I hit the camera.
Oh, no problem. Okay, great. Go ahead.
Okay.
Happy
Thank you,
Valentine's Day. Good
guys.
afternoon.
My apologies. I got 16 things going on at the same time. I'm in the federal space, so life is tough.
Ooh.
So hi, my name is Tisha Cockrell. Thank you so much, Chair and Councilmember Janeese Lewis George. I am a Ward 4 resident, 30-year DC resident, 15-year resident of Riggs Park, and the president of Friends of Riggs LaSalle Recreation Center. So we are partnered with DC Department of Parks and Recs, and we have worked together with several site directors and the ever-changing staff at our community Riggs LaSalle Recreation Center. We are here today, per our previous testimony since 2019 to present, via the Committee of Facilities, Performance, and Budget hearings to continue our plea to receive funds and assistance with site management, repairs, additions, and new item requests. So some of our requests have been rectified, such as lighting, camera placement, etc. And for that, as usual, we're thankful. However, many items remain pending or incomplete. There are plenty of new issues, such as extreme turnover and leadership and staff, unmotivated workers, unempowered workers, misinformed workers, and agencies, miscommunication between departments, etc. at our Riggs LaSalle Community Center. So I'm going to mention our recent notes that we've provided before, what's been rectified, what hasn't, and this is our list. So for outdoor recreation center issues, we were requesting a new environmentally friendly turf field that replaces the current field, which is deemed unsafe, which includes a walking track. So we've been informed via DPR's Wards 3 and 4 virtual meetings that a new field is listed as part of the budgeted items for DPR's fiscal 24-25 Ready to Play plan. And we've reached out to Brent Cisco via email. At first, I said in my written testimony that I hadn't heard from him, but he did send an email yesterday, and we will be having a larger discussion about the walking track. Apparently, it was not budgeted. However, they're going to make some sort of concession as a blue ring around the new track. So we'll have further information on that shortly. We requested an outdoor fitness equipment on the grassy area. So that was not budgeted. We don't have any information on that. Enhanced security of the outdoor restrooms. We were still trying to figure out, did we replace doors that didn't lock, or have bathrooms been locked and are now out of use to the public? I've heard that that outside 2 restroom locks were completed. Some are still broken. A ticket was submitted October 2023. DGS says only 1 has been completed. So we're looking for clarity on that. The outdoor splash park, that's been an ongoing issue in progress. There's water pressure issues. It's been out of service from time to time. Will it be resurfaced or replaced, or has it been? I'm still trying to find that out. Sun shading for the new playground. I heard Commissioner Jeong mentioned that. That actually was added into the budget as well, according to DPR. And I believe the work is supposed to start in the spring. I just need some clarity on starting of that work and installation. Now, for indoor recreation issues, I heard the senior, Miss Patricia, I believe her name was, speak on several things, and I have several things here listed on this list. So repair exterior entrance door on the Nicholson Street side. The front door push bar was broken. Now, this door was supposed to be ADA compliant. It is not, and it's currently not in compliance. It needs repair and an upgrade. We've contacted several different departments regarding the issue with no clear response. Secondly, the repair and replacement of the gym roof that's periodically been leaking since 2008. We've been informed via DPR's Wards 3 and 4 virtual meetings that a new roof is listed as part of the budgeted items. We wish to be notified during each stage of repair to completion. I do believe that's happening now, and we just want to be made abreast of how that's moving along. Replace of the HVAC system with a new system. I heard again Miss Patricia say that it's boiling hot in the senior room. It is indeed. We have reached out via email to Brent Cisco again. I heard from him today that there is still money. That there is indeed money for the HVAC system, and we need to have a clearer discussion on when that will start. Repaint building interior, a ticket has been submitted. We have no idea if that's in progress. A mural in the lobby, again, unknown status. Repair and replacement of multi-purpose room, windows, shades, curtains. Like there's a ton of things in that area to be replaced. New fitness equipment. The fitness equipment has been down for some time. I guess I have a list of that listed in this written testimony as well. They removed the pool table in the area, the common area that people enjoyed playing. There was a ping pong table and a pool table. They're both gone now. So we'd like to know what is the status of that. We also participated in a walkthrough at Riggs LaSalle Center on August 2nd of 2024 with the Department of Recreation and the Department of DGS. During this walk, there was discussion as to which team is responsible for each item. So we have some items listed below, as Commissioner Jeong mentioned. Trash cans, 4 trash cans with wheels on the field were stolen. Therefore, there are no trash cans on the field. We were told this is a DPW responsibility. We want DPW contacted to bring new trash cans in. As Ms. Patricia mentioned, there's a whole lot of things missing in the senior room. There's always no toilet paper in restrooms. Toilet paper dispensers don't fit the toilet paper I guess they have. So we're told DPR is responsible for this. We'd like them to handle that. Window placements, windows located in the exercise room will not shut if open, and they need to be repaired. We're told DGS is responsible for that. No wipes. I heard Miss Patricia mentioned wipes and sanitation. There's no wipes, and they've had no wipes, I understand, in the exercise room since 2023. We were told DPR is responsible for that. Exercise room issues, as I mentioned, the treadmill is not working, needs a complete set of new dumbbells, medicine balls, equipment is damaged, etc. DPR had a response that I am not privy to. The computer room, senior room, multipurpose room, and arts and crafts rooms need new blinds. The same blinds have been there since the inception, around 2008. Install new window shades instead of aluminum blinds. We were told DGS is responsible for that. The computer room has 7 computers and only 1 computer is working. We're not able to successfully have senior computer classes on Fridays, and we were told DPR was responsible for that. The TV in the computer room does not work. Another DPR responsibility. What's the status of the gym floor being resurfaced? The gym floor looks terrible, so we're asking for some assistance with that. And the senior rooms needs to be sanitized. There's ants. And as Ms. Patricia said, they're also looking for new furniture, blinds, and curtains. So on January 15th, we did another walkthrough with Ms. Brittany, Ms. Letitia, myself, one of my board members for the Friends of across the street, Ms. Sherlyn Mack, Mr. Campbell, DGS Maintenance, and Mr. Nugent, who was part of maintenance. Ms. Farrell Tolson is the point of contact for the maintenance team who is responsible for emptying trash cans, sweeping, mopping, and buffing the floors. It is the Recreation Center staff's responsibility to submit the request. This is where we are concerned about our Riggs LaSalle staff and if there is a disconnect or disinterest. Also, Riggs LaSalle Community Center maintenance person, Mr. Ray, has been out on sick leave and no one knows when he will return. So while we are primarily thankful for some of the assistance given to help us rectify and maintain our community center, however, we had hoped to keep momentum going, but instead progress seems to have significantly slowed down. Our detailed list provided here is growing. We need more funding and attention paid to our center to enhance further projects, address needed repairs, maintenance, and upgrades. We have repeatedly mentioned that our center has been subject to deferred maintenance and neglect for several years. Our recreation centers across the city in Ward 4 have access to modern technology and aesthetics. We are requesting the same attention and resources. There are too many ongoing issues with Riggs LaSalle Community Center. Members of DPR and DGS even suggested that we request a new center based on the shape of our current one. Therefore, we are going to be asking for that in the coming future and will keep you abreast. We hope to continue our discussions and to see these issues completely rectified and resolved. Thank you, and I look forward to questions later.
Thank you so much, Ms. Cockrell, for that thorough testimony. Lastly, we will hear from is Shirley here? Okay, Shirley Riven Smith, President of the North Woodridge Citizens.
Good morning. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councilman George and the chair of the Committee on Facilities. My name is Shirley Riven Smith. I'm president of the North Woodridge Citizens Organization and former ANC Commissioner for 5A and B. I come before you today to share that we, including my neighbors and other residents, have observed about our Department of Park and Recreation. We've observed that service being provided to and for every person, from small children to elderly adults. These activities include helping small children get ready for school with caring staff and facilities. They have matched the right staff for the activities for the younger children. They have for older, but younger. I'm sorry, baby. Someone help me with this. They have facilities for older, but younger than teenager programs to help them get with study habits, time and place to study. Another point out how easy it is to vote. Someone else pointed out how easy it is to vote for recreation centers during election time every year. Our DPR bring everything to us before others around the area, like pickleball a couple of years ago. Our facilities are well maintained. I'm 82 years old. I love Triangle Park at 18th and Bunker Hill Road, where we can go sit, read, and relax in a beautiful park. I can go to another park close by to play bid with line bands or to go to the gym, swimming pool, or get on the walking track. Others with babies can also go to a couple playgrounds close by. As a former commissioner, we started meeting and coming to our park around 12 years ago, singing Christmas carols. Once churches stopped walking and been part of the community and walking in the community, there was no Christmas caroling in our community. We met on the Friday before Christmas in December. We met with no lights or any mics. We would come together with flashlights and sing in strong voices. We served snacks with hot chocolate and apple cider. 2 years ago, DPR joined us for the last Friday with lights. We wrote them after caroling and asked for help last year. DPR staff came to support us last year with lights and mics. We want to thank DPR and the staff. We also hear how many of our government workers do not like collaborating with the community. This is not true for the staff at DPR. Their staff has been very helpful and enjoyed working with us. One night, the director also joined us. I'd like to thank you for the citizens of the North Woodridge Citizens Association. That's my testimony.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Everybody's testimony was very thorough here, so it's very clear what follow-up we need to do, especially Ms. Cockrell with the Friends of Riggs LaSalle. I have your list of sort of delineation between DGS and DPR, and I agree we may need to do some efforts to get some real capital funding for our Riggs LaSalle Recreation Center as well. And I'm glad, Mr. Singer, once again, I hear you. Your addition to the chorus that Josh Singer needs some help, and we need some replacement of our compost bins. I'm wondering if we can get some assistance from DPW to help DPR there and see if what additional supports they may have for that. With that, we're going to move on to the next panel. I'm going to invite up Maya Martin Cottigan, founder and executive director of PAVE, Anna Rodriguez, parent leader, PAVE, Elizabeth Reddick, parent leader, PAVE, Kiana Lamons, a parent leader with PAVE, Stephanie Griffith Richardson, a parent leader with PAVE, Takia Shair, a parent leader with PAVE, Tiffany Randall, parent leader, PAVE, Ty Andrews, a parent leader with PAVE, and then we have Paula Edwards, Commissioner ANC 4A. Oh, wonderful. Okay. Well, you may begin your testimony for our Executive Director for PAVE. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. And good afternoon, Chairperson Lewis George, members of the Committee on Facilities and committee staff. My name is Carrie Savage. I am a Ward 1 resident and the Senior Director of Policy and Advocacy at PAVE, or Parents Amplifying Voices in Education, and I am here to read on behalf of our Executive Director, Maya, today. One of PAVE parent leaders' top priorities is expanding access to out-of-school time, or OST programs. OST is vital for ensuring all DC kids have a safe, supportive place to go when school is not in session. It supports their academic growth and provides them with opportunities to try new things, build relationships, and explore their passions. DPR is a critical part of that OST ecosystem. We want to thank DPR for regularly and openly engaging with families, including a great in-person meeting with their team last year, and for joining us at our October 2024 OST Youth and Family Summit. DPR has responded to many of parents' proposed solutions, including a more equitable sign-up process and improved access to spaces and programming that are accessible to students with disabilities, especially with the opening of the Joy Evans Therapeutic Recreation Center in Ward 7. Today, I will highlight areas we've heard from PAVE parent leaders for what they would like to see from DPR in the future. First, we want to see strategic expansion of OST programs by continuing to engage with students and families. In recognition of the tight budget year coming up, we encourage strategic engagement with families to determine which types of programs and at which locations are most in demand, especially sports and specialized school programs like arts, CTE, STEM, etc. Expansion should be prioritized in wards and facilities that currently do not have convenient access to a wide array of programming. For example, when you review the winter programming offerings at, say, Kennedy Rec Center in Ward 2, there are 14 different programs offered for kids and youth in leadership, arts, sports, and more. In comparison, in Deanwood Rec Center in 7 offers just 5 options for that type of programming. DPR should audit the program offerings by ward and grade level and ensure there is fair access to quality programs that provide young people joy, support, and opportunities to learn and engage with one another. Second, we want to see DPR address barriers to access so all kids and families who want to participate are able to. We've heard that transportation is one of the biggest barriers. We hope to see DPR work closely with other agencies on developing creative solutions like expanding DC School Connect and extending the hours and routes to help families with the greatest need access programs. Expanding DPR program hours is also important to give working parents more flexibility and students a wider window in a safe environment. Finally, we want to see more supports for students with disabilities or special needs to be able to access programs. This includes looking at the types that are offered to ensure accessible options are available, expanding training for staff, and ensuring all facilities are fully accessible. This is an opportunity to show our values, that DC truly takes care of its people, especially when times get hard, and one that will courageously act to right the wrongs of historic injustice and step up with bold, innovative action to meet this unprecedented moment with investments in our future, our children. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I welcome any questions.
Thank you so much. Anna Rodriguez, good to see you.
Good to see you. Good
Happy
afternoon.
Valentine's Day. Happy Friday. Let me just say that now to all the paid parents. Happy Friday. Happy Valentine's Day.
Yes.
Go ahead and kick us off, Anna.
Good afternoon. My name is Anna Rodriguez, and I'm a proud parent of a 9th grade student who attends McKinley Tech High School in Ward 5. I also serve as the McKinley Tech Parent PTO Organization President, and with PAVE, and also with PAVE and Amplifying Voices in Education on the citywide board in Ward 5. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on the importance of ensuring that out-of-school time programs provided by DPR are accessible. I'm excited by the recent opening of the Joy Evans Therapeutic Recreational Center. The center provides much-needed program tailored towards the needs of individuals with disabilities. I am particularly excited by the rec center's proximity to the River Terrace Educational Campus. I am concerned by the lack of transportation options students with disabilities may have in accessing the out-of-school time programs during the school year and during the summer provided at the rec center. I encourage the council to support the DPR in finding creative transportation solutions to ensure that all students, especially those with special needs, have access to out-of-school time programs offered through DPR. This includes the expansion of DC School Connect, or perhaps allowing OSSI bus programs to drop off their students at the recreation center after school instead of at home. Transportation is one part of ensuring that programming is accessible. Another important aspect of accessibility is ensuring the application process is clear. Currently, to take part in summer camps at Joy Evans Recreation Center, you have to fill out an application and a needs assessment. This process can be confusing and overwhelming for many families. What can DPR do to facilitate this process? Could DPR host community nights at the rec center to provide application support, or provide a hotline for parents to call? Finally, to ensure that all students can participate in out-of-school time activities, there must be a trained medical personnel at all DPR out-of-school time programs. My daughter has had to miss out on different out-of-school time opportunities because they do not have staff members who are trained to provide her with medical care if she may need it in case of an emergency. You see, my daughter's epileptic. Ensuring her safety in all situations is my #1 priority. The lack of staff trained with the knowledge of how to support my daughter should she have a seizure has created an unsafe environment and has caused her not to be able to participate in some of the out-of-school activities. Ensuring at least one staff member is trained in how to respond medical situations such as seizures, asthma attacks, or severe allergy attacks makes out-of-school time more accessible. I urge the council to partner with DPR to provide the support necessary to make this a reality. Again, thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and DPR continues commitment to working with families. I look forward to answering any questions you have. Again, best on. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Elizabeth Reddick.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Or afternoon, sorry. We both in the morning. Listen, I understand. Go ahead.
So my name is Elizabeth Reddick. I am an ANC commissioner of 7B05, PAVE parent leader. But today I'm coming to you as Elizabeth Reddick, the mother to children with neurodivergence. In one of my many roles, I worked as a seasonal employee with DPR at both Camp Riverview and Boost Camp, a summer enrichment camp in DCPS. Both of these programs can be considered out-of-school time programming, and I'm hoping that we can be creative in ensuring that we use this out-of-school time funding to keep these programs open. Camp Riverview is currently under renovation, but last year I had an eye-opening and phenomenal experience witnessing a child with severe special needs access the full camp, overnight camp, with the assistance of an aide. He participated in all the activities and he was treated no differently than any other child. As an employee, I saw an opportunity for my own children to be able to access the camp as well. We have children coming from with varying abilities, and parents choose not to disclose, and it causes many issues because we have to figure things out as we go. Because I have an experience with neurodivergence, I had become the person who kind of navigated those challenges on the weeks that I participated. But I think there should always be a person experienced with neurodivergence present, because trauma can also present with the same symptoms as neurodivergence, and it's just an equitable practice. In Boost Camp, I was a behavioral specialist, and I really enjoyed that role. I helped to support the facilitators in the room, and to help the students access the unique and robust curriculum in a way that was fun, but academically challenging. I heard from parents that this program helped to keep their kids interested in school, and it minimized learning loss. Last year, this program was reduced significantly, focusing on 11 to 13-year-olds, which is an important population. But I think we should be expanding these programs instead of reducing them if we want to ever recover from the learning loss and detrimental academic disparities exacerbated by COVID. Lastly, I want to advocate to ensure that Hillcrest Rec Center continues on course with a much needed and long awaited modernization, including the pool. It is important for our seniors and our families, both with and without children, to be able to fellowship, engage, and experience community across the ward, but especially in 7B. And I also want to give a shout out to at Boost Camps, Ms. Kiera and Mr. Marcus, because they have been doing a lot of advocating and doing really great work with Boost Camp. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I did Camp River Review when I was younger, and Camp Brown. I'll tell you about that experience later one day. Next up, we have Kiana Lamons. Am I saying that last name right?
Greetings, Chairman. My name is Kiana Lamons. I am a paid parent leader, and I live in Ward 7. All my children attend DC Public Schools. I'm here to speak today about the critical importance of expanding access to out-of-school time programs ran by DPR. I am here today to address the critical needs for improved and expand out-of-school time programs with DPR, focusing especially on transportation and accessibility for students with special needs. Out-of-school programs are vital for working parents, providing a safe and enrichment environment for our children. They are especially critical for children with special needs, offering opportunity, socialization, skills development, and academic support. My son will greatly benefit from the OST program that DPR provides after school. However, since he rides the RC school bus to and from school each day, he is unable to participate, as RC will not drop off students at the recreation center. I urge DPR to work with RC to create a system that would allow students riding RC buses to be dropped off at the recreation center with a designated contact person who will ensure they arrive at their selected out-of-school time program. This partnership will allow many more students in the district to take part in exciting opportunities that DPR provide. I urge Department of Parks and Recreation consider expanding the OSC program they offer that are tailored for students with special needs. Creating an OST program tailored to students with special needs means that the program has staff that are equipped with the skills they need to properly support the students, and the program is accessible to their specific needs. To ensure these programs are working well, DPR should collect data at least twice a year on the program's outcome. I ask DPR consider how they can make their I consider how they can make their existing programs more accessible and what new programs they may need to implement. My concern is ensuring that all children, regardless of their transportation needs and ability, have access to high quality OSC programs. This is essential for their development, well-being, and safety. Thank you for your time and all your hard work throughout the past year to make our students have access to quality programs. I'm hopeful that you will continue to work with us, and looking forward to working with you together. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Stephanie Griffith Richardson. Okay, no problem. Takia Shire, sorry. Good afternoon, Takia. You can begin your testimony. You just got to press the unmute button. There you go.
Thank you. Hello, Chairman. My name is Takia Shire. I'm a paid parent leader. I am a native Washingtonian and live in Ward 7. I'm here today to testify about the need to expand access to OST programs, specifically at the recently renovated recreation center near my home, Woody Ward. I appreciate the investment in our community with the new facility and excited by the different opportunities it provides my community. However, I am concerned that the programs being offered are not meeting the needs of students. My son and his friends use the facility at the rec center to play basketball. However, they would like to see DPR offer programs that are relevant to their interests. They have expressed interest in having access to computer lab or hands-on OST activities available for students in high school. I remember when I was younger, the recreation center at my junior high school, Fletcher Johnson, at the time, was a hub of the activities in the community. It was where I had my first job. We had programs specifically for teens, access to computers, and an area where we could play games and hang out in the rec center after school uh, in the basement of the Fletcher Johnson Junior Education Center Junior High School. That's what's missing now. We need to ensure the entire center serves our youth of all ages, especially during the after school hours. Expanding out of school time programs is crucial. Providing engaging and relevant after school activities at the rec center and vital steps is giving our kids things to do that are positive and keeping them safe. I urge I'm sorry. I urge the council and the Department of Parks and Recreation to consider how we can expand out of school time programs that are relevant and for our high school students. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Tiffany Randall.
Good afternoon. My name is Tiffany Randall. I'm a Ward 8 resident and parent of a middle schooler that attends BC International. Today, I want to share why I invested in DPR and creating more expanding and innovative thinking around OST programs is not just important, however, it's essential, especially for children in underserved communities across BC. As a parent and former avid DPR volunteer, I've seen firsthand how these programs transform lives. My child, like many others, faces challenges, whether it's academic stress, lack of safe spaces, and limited access to enriching activities. But through local recreation programs, I've also witnessed a remarkable difference. Whether it's after school programs, summer camps, or community sports, these opportunities provide more than just fun. They offer structure, mentorship, and a safe environment for them to grow. For many families in DC, underserved neighborhoods, access to quality recreation isn't a luxury, it's a necessity. DPR centers serve as a safe haven where kids can learn leadership skills, build confidence, and stay out of harm's way, in which our city we urgently need for our growing adults. These programs help bridge equity gaps, ensuring that all children, regardless of their zip code, have an opportunity to thrive. While my son grew up through DPR, now at 13, DPR do not offer many programs for them to actually navigate or that they look to navigate and to explore. This is actually which leads them to hanging out at bus stops, standing in front of stores and just being social when they should be able to do so at DPR facilities. I urge our leaders to continue funding and expanding these vital OST programs. Investing in recreation is investing in our future, keeping our kids engaged, healthy, and on the right path. Let's ensure that every child in DC, no matter where they live, have access to the resources that they need to actually succeed, and not just succeed, but to thrive. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today, and I also welcome any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next, we will have, who's next? We already heard Tiffany Randall. Is that it? Is everybody here? That's all I see. Is Rachel here? You missing anybody?
Mrs. Andrews is here.
You're here. Oh, I see you. Ty Andrews. Perfect. Thank you.
Very welcome. Thank you. Shall I begin?
Yes, you may.
All right. Thank you so much, Councilwoman Janeese Lewis George. My name is Mrs. Ty Andrews. I'm a native Washingtonian and long-time Ward 8 resident. I'm a proud parent of two children, Terrence Jr., who attends Mary H. Plummer, and Amari, who attends McKinley Technology High School. I also serve as the first vice president of the McKinley Technology Educational Campus PTO, a parent LSAT member for Plummer Elementary, and I am a parent leader for Ward 8 and citywide within PAVE, Parents Amplifying Voices in Education. I constantly advocate for an increase in funding in out-of-school time programs. These programs are essential not only for the benefit of our youth, but also for parents and caregivers, especially those who are low income or quote unquote at risk. According to research in an article published by the After School Alliance in September 2024, 75% of out-of-school time programs for high school students are considered safe spaces where youth can express themselves freely without fear or hesitation. Additionally, 94% of programs provide academic enrichment, 30% offer wraparound services, and 89% provide snacks and meals. My article also highlights how these programs boost academic confidence and performance, foster personal development, and offer mental health support. Given these benefits, all DC youth should have the opportunity to participate in out-of-school time programs at the Department of Recs. Unfortunately, this is not the case for various reasons. For instance, there needs to be more accessible and affordable programs east of the river. Often when I search for programs that suit my family, they're either too far away, too costly, or not conducive to our schedule. Accessibility issues arise in other ways as well. For example, my oldest son, Amari, participated in the National Youth Baseball Academy after school program when he attended Jefferson Middle. This program provided transportation, picking students up from school 3 days a week and taking them to the Youth Baseball Academy. Parents would collect their children at 7:30 p.m. after they had completed homework, engaged in sports, and participated in activities like gardening or cooking, all while being provided a full meal. Unfortunately, my youngest son, Terrence Jr., or TJ, as we like to call him, who also enjoys baseball, cannot participate in this program because they don't partner with his school. Another example is TJ has expressed an interest in playing soccer. However, there are no convenient soccer programs available in our immediate area. Additionally, my TJ utilizes the Aussie Bus Transportation Program. Students who ride this program cannot participate in out-of-school time programs at the at DPR because their school only picks up and drops off when school is over. So they do not allow the opportunity for students to participate in after school programs because they will not drop them off at recs for these programs. Therefore, my son is unable to participate in any programs at his school after hours or at a rec near our home, which has occurred frequently. Moreover, I had to advocate for Terrence Jr. to gain access to his current out-of-school program, previous out-of-school program, Citygate, due to OSSI's strict pick-up and drop-off requirements. Instead of pushing youth out of our out-of-school time programs, DPR and OSSI should partner to facilitate their participation by dropping students off at designated recreation centers relevant and for relevant and engaging activities. Last, the closest recreation center to my home is Bald Eagle. This facility is extremely small and lacks proper HVAC services. This recreation center could benefit from the state of the new art building, a new state-of-the-art building with a full computer lab and gym. We also need programs that are conducive to a working parent schedule. I've never been able to register my son for swimming classes because the classes all start before business hours are over, and I'm a parent that works traditional business hours Monday through Friday from 8:30 to 5. This is why I urge the council to consider creative solutions for how we can get our children to and from DPR programs safely. This could include expanding DC School Connect, which could provide buses and drivers for select out-of-school time programming in partnership with DPR, and also remodel recreation centers like remodeling those at Bald Eagle. Thank you for your continued support and partnership with PAVE parent leaders, and thank you all committee members today for your time and consideration, and I look forward to future collaboration and working with you. And I'm looking forward to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Want to come to this panel. Anna, you spoke about the lack of staff training, and we're absolutely going to follow with ODR as well. What can DPR do to improve accessibility of its DPR programs? Because this is going to be an area of focus for us as a committee, given that we have Office of Disability Rights and DPR under the same purview. We want to make sure we're making those improvements, and hearing from parents is actually the best way for us to have those improvements be made.
It's kind of hard because, pretty much the employees already been hired, but it's just a matter of them connecting them, I guess, with these different entities like children's or different offices where they offer training. I mean, besides AED and CPR and first aid, but like, we even got them issues in school. Like even my daughter at McKinley, you don't have enough people that are trained in asthma attacks or in those areas. It's just a matter of us being able to, without spending money, the resources that are already out there where people do training, where these staff members be able to go to. And I think that would help. It's just, I'm not really in that area. I just know that my daughter did not, didn't get the access because we didn't have that.
Yeah. That makes sense. And Kiana, I think you said transportation for students, OSSI won't drop off students at rec centers for out of time school programs?
Yes, OSSI buses does not drop off children to DPR because they say that it's not a designated person that will accept them and take responsibility for the child. Therefore, the child has to be transported at home.
Okay. So it seems like we got to have some type of connection between OSSI.
They used to do it. My son, he used to participate in the boxing program at Langdon Recreation Center. They used to take him there, and then one school year, they just stopped and said they can't do it anymore because there's no designated person to accept them there. But his coach was accepting them there. His coach was there, so I couldn't understand it. Right. But they had just stopped it all the way around.
Got it. I appreciate that. And I know you all talked about out of time school programs. What are some ways to ensure we're expanding OST to meet the need of students? I think Carrie, you talked about it in your testimony, just ways in which DPR can expand to meet the needs of a community, but also thinking about a community that may want to have access to opportunity that they may not even consider. You know what I mean? Like also expanding reach of programming so that kids are learning new things as well. And it's not just based on a singular interest, but varied interest.
I would just say, even just in preparing my testimony today, I sort of did like a spot check on the DPR website just to see, in terms of different programs offered across different wards. And in my I don't know, 15, 20 minutes of just trying to get a sense, because I knew from the paid parent leaders that had told me about the disparities, but you can tell pretty quickly, even just from me looking fast. And so like, that's what I really think, community engagement is super important, but I think we have to start with the data. I know Rachel from DC Action mentioned that earlier today, but just doing a quick audit, and to your point of different types of programming, there's career development, there's mentorship, there's financial literacy, and then there's also stuff that's just fun, and like they need it all, they deserve it all.
Yeah.
But I think they're doing a more robust scan of the programming across the district would be a great place to start, and then saying, if this is where we are, which gaps are most important to prioritize addressing first, knowing we can't do it all at once. And I think there has to be a facilities component to, deciding what is possible in the short term, medium, and then long term.
Yeah, absolutely.
And can I just add one quick thing about the in terms of like access to medical supports for out of school time programs?
Yeah.
I know Washington Lawyers Committee is working on this exact thing right now, so I'm happy to make the connection with your office if helpful.
That would be great. Yeah, because this is an area that we are, planning for the longer term of oversight and making that connection. So appreciate it. Well, I want to thank this panel for their testimony, and we are going to call up our last and final panel. Thank you, Pave. Appreciate you. We will start with Paula Edwards, Commissioner ANC SMD 4A. Rachel Clark, Policy Director, Redstone Global Center for Prevention and Wellness. Jay Adelstein, Revive Stanton Park. And Michael Clark, President of the Edgewood Civic Association, I imagine is the end of that. Great. All right. Is Rachel Clark here? Okay. It's Paula Edwards. Commissioner Paula Edwards.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Lewis George, for the opportunity to testify today, and I'd like to thank Sebastian Weinman for bearing with me to get in. I am Paula Edwards, Commissioner of ANC 4A01 and current chair of ANC 4A. I am a native Washingtonian and have grown up using DC recreation centers from childhood to the present. I will try to get you out of here quickly so you can get home to the boss. The majority of my interaction with the DPR as a commissioner has been in relation to the Shepherd Park Rec Center. Last year, Commissioner Joan Hoyt and I received concerns about the condition of the equipment in Shepherd Field. With the help of Mr. Montiel, Ms. Rogers, and Ms. Nelson of your staff, and our Ward 4 Mokers, Ms. Acosta and Ms. Escobar, Commissioner Hoyt and I were able to organize a walkthrough with Mr. Tommy Johns, at which we discussed our concerns and a commitment was made to replace the damaged equipment. The equipment has since been repaired and we are monitoring the location. Mr. Dwyer of DPR has also been very responsive and helpful in telling us how to request additional programs for our changing neighborhood. I've heard nothing but praise for Coach G, who is on the management staff at Shepherd Rec. The perception of the center among the users, especially the young men with whom I spoke, is that it is a well-run and safe space. Commissioner Hoyt and I received a complaint from a neighbor that young men were smoking cannabis in front of the facility. Commissioner Hoyt and I investigated over several weeks and did not see the activity reported. The rec center staff and users did not report such activity, but they were very responsive to our concerns. We recommended that signage be posted outside the facility to inform users that smoking is not allowed on the property. I did observe that there was no one on the desk during the weekend we visited, and Coach G was trying to be everywhere at once. Other users have told me that there is usually no one there on the weekends. I think that safety will be enhanced if there is someone on the desk with a mobile connection in case that person is called away from the desk. It would also be great if the restrooms were open to the public. I would like DC residents to recognize their responsibility for maintaining public spaces. During our walkthrough at Shepherd Field, I watched a young man from DGS working to clean up the area and prepare the equipment for repair. 3 young men of approximately 8 to 10 years of age interfered with his work and dropped trash on the ground despite his gentle requests that they stop, while one of the children's caregivers watched. The young man from DGS told me that he was a former kindergarten teacher, and one can see why he left the profession. The children finally left when I told them to leave more forcefully. I include this anecdote because it is important that DC residents recognize that we have the responsibility for not destroying public property. We also have to respect public employees when they are trying to do their jobs. I'm glad to advocate for my community to make certain that public equipment is well maintained and safe, but we have to remember that we must take care of our public amenities. I would like to see DPR have a public information campaign that emphasizes this fact to all residents. I have two ancillary observations. I am not a fan of the DCPS DPR co-location model, of which Shepherd Rec is an example. I think it inhibits the community from fully utilizing the center while school is in session. It also understates the government investment in educational facility and overstates the investment in DPR by funding DCPS activities at the expense of DPR activities, while confusing jurisdictional authority. I'm also not a fan of DC's assuming maintenance of NPS parks absent an MOU that will fund this assumption of responsibility with federal funding. Thank you again for this opportunity. I will submit my written testimony and I am available for questions.
Thank you so much. Next, we will hear from Rachel Clark is regular? No. Okay. Jay Adelstein, is he here? Okay. Not here. Stanton Park, so we know that. Michael Clark, president of the Edgewood Civic Association. Good afternoon. Oh, press it again. Yeah, there you go.
Is that it?
Yeah, it's
Good.
weird because red means go. It's weird.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember George, for having this opportunity to come before this committee to voice the concerns of our community concerning DGS and DPR. We take this not for granted because in the time that we live in, we are privileged to have the citizens, the taxpayer citizens of this city, being able to voice their concerns and needs of their communities. I know this meeting is concerning the facilities of DGS, and relative to this matter are the ADA regulations. The Edgewood Recreation Center was completed over 4 years ago. The official address now is 301 Franklin Street Northeast. The previous address, where the front of the building is and where the steps entering in, was 300 Evar Street. The center does not adequately meet ADA regulations to provide safe access for all citizens of this community, specifically those of seniors, persons with disabilities, which the law requires that the city meets the ADA standards. I have expressed this concern over the many years in the planning process of this facility. I was informed by DGS and DPR that it will be the facility will comply with the ADA Disabilities Act. And the completion of it is we still do not have a entry for ADA for people in wheelchairs or walkers or people who cannot navigate steps or physically challenged. So therefore, we had asked also for 2 parking spaces, handicap parking spaces in front of the building. Again, that was promised to us in the planning stages of this facility, but still has not been met. After many calls to DPR, DGS, and DDOT, we were all told this is not able to be done. Therefore, DDOT, and I guess to appease the community, put an Metro Access bus stop on Franklin Street, which is not the front of the building. And on Franklin Street, if you know that street, is heavily traveled, would be very unsafe for anyone with wheelchairs or anything to get out, even for the Metro Access bus. So we have concerns about the use of the facility. Now, I've heard a lot of testimonies of being the last one to testify just about. I get to hear a lot of everybody else's concerns and wants. We see that the Edgewood Civic Association and DPR has invested millions and millions of dollars into new facilities throughout the city. And I have a great concern about the ability of DGS to keep up and maintain these new facilities and the existing facilities after hearing all the needs. I also see that the access to the rec center is being more and more pushed away from the community, but to other groups, especially outside groups. And for example, I went to the center about a month ago and asked for a list of activities. I was told by the person at the desk, you have to go online. There was no paper list that I could take home, so I had to go online. Upon that, I asked him, I said, well, is the gym open this Saturday? And he said, no, it's reserved for indoor soccer. And I said, what about the next Saturday? Oh, they have an hour between 9 and 10 and 4 to 4:45. The rest of it has been reserved for basketball practices and games. So I'm concerned, and we've been dealing with this since the building has been erected, the access of the community to this facility. And I'm seeing throughout the city, as I sit in these Ward 5 meetings about the rec centers, that how they're being built, and I'm just have the communities be aware that these facilities are not being built as just for your community. These facilities are being built as sort of a cash cow for DGS or DPR or the city, because you have a lot of outside groups who are using the Edgewood field who do not even reside in the District of Columbia, but they're being booked up for 6 to 7 days a week, where the community has very little access. Even for summer camps, as we, in the process of planning this rec center, we wanted a summer camp that would mirror the community. So since the center has been open, every summer camp has only included a soccer camp every year. I have nothing against soccer. We were pushing, we had meetings with DPR about making it an all sports camp, but evidently soccer is the one that's taken precedence on that. So my concern is that all the facilities that we're building, especially ones we have, that they meet ADA qualifications, and that the community really have more of an input into what is available for the community to use. 2 weeks ago, I requested a FOIA. I called the DGS FOIA office and left a message concerning how the funds that are collected from the permit fees and the use of the city, of use of those facilities, and I have yet to receive a call back from DGS FOIA's office. I've had contacts in the past with the Department of Parks FOIA office, and they have been very instrumental in releasing and finding the money, not finding the money, we already had the money, but to getting the computers released for the tech center at the Edgewood Recreation Center, where we have partnered with developers to provide $20,000 for the tech center and $10,000 for the facility for exercise equipment. So my concern now is, as we go into the season of budget oversight hearings, my concern is, with all the money that the city is investing into the rec centers, can DGS step up to the plate and perform the duties that they're required to do, so that these facilities will not only be nice and shiny on the first year, but they be nice and shiny on the 10th year. And from the needs I see throughout this, from listening to some of the testimonies, we have a long way to go. And my prayers are for the leaders of DGS, the council, the mayor, and DPR, and DDOT, that we can come forth and really have centers that can be crown jewels, not only of the city, but of the nation. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much for your testimony. And did you upload a copy online?
I didn't, but I do have copies.
Okay, yeah. Can you give us a copy, just because we want to follow up with DPR and DGS about that, and any community outreach that we can make to make sure that we are addressing some of those issues of programming, especially of the space. I'm just going to check to see if any of our final witnesses who were not here earlier are here now and need to testify. Okay. All right. I'm just doing a check myself. Here we go. Okay, well, I want to say thank you to this panel of witnesses, and thank you to all of our many public witnesses who testified today. This concludes today's fiscal year 2024 performance oversight hearing on the Department of Parks and Recreation for public witnesses. If you would like to submit written testimony for the record, please do so by 5 p.m. on Friday, February 28th, by uploading your testimony to the council's hearing management system or emailing facilities@dccouncil.gov. I want to thank everybody who took the time out to testify today, those who are volunteers in their capacity, those young people who also gain their voices to this information. Really excited to dig in deeper, not only during oversight, but through budget and further oversight. I thought the feedback today was great and thorough. If we need any follow-up for anybody, my staff will reach out to you to follow up. If we have any further clarifications or information. I want to thank the Department of Parks and Recreation who were present today in the room listening intently and online. I know Director Freeman was listening online as well, so thank you all. As a result of that, I think we will have a very productive second part to this, which will be with our government witnesses. And I hope you all will tune in for our government witnesses. The time is 2:30 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.